Shalom, Israel. Once again, Most High in Christ bless, blessed Sabbath to everyone. My name is Brother Zerubbabel.
My name is Ezra Elazar.
We're with Children of Israel, and we're here once again on this early Sabbath morning to bring um, some more milk to the body of Israel. As we said in the beginning, when we started the channel, started doing the videos, that our purpose and our goal behind is to feed Israel with the basics, with the milk, because that's something that's lacking in Israel. There's a lot of focus on the meat and not very much focus on the milk, and especially on the commandments of the Most High, which is by far the most important thing that we should be teaching Israel, because that is what's detrimental to our salvation, is whether or not we are keeping the commandments of the Most High or not. Um, how could anybody keep the commandments if they don't know the commandments? So our goal is to break these commandments down, not simplify them, but teach them in a orderly manner to make it simple for people to understand and know how to keep them. Um, so we've gone through commandments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Today we're going to be going through commandment 7. We're going to continue on in the series. Um, this commandment is dealing with adultery. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Um, what you're going to find is that there are several different topics that fall under the umbrella of Commandment 7. Um, Things such as marriage, divorce, even multiple wives. Um, there's a slew of sexual acts that are forbidden by the commandments that also fall under the umbrella of adultery. And let me back up a second. When I say multiple wives, um, no, in no way do we teach that multiple wives is okay. As we go through this lesson, we're not going to deal too much with the multiple wives issue. We have a lesson that we will actually, in fact, you know what? Since we're doing Commandment 7 this week, we'll do multiple wives next week. We'll do that lesson on multiple wives next week. Um, because there are a lot of people out there that are teaching multiple wives. And once we bring out the lesson about multiple wives next week, it will be abundantly clear, um, through the precepts, that the Most High is not down with multiple wives, never had been. He allowed it to happen for a while, just like he allowed us to be in idolatry for a while, but we must repent of that. So we're not going to spend much time on the multiple wives issue in this lesson. This is just a basic lesson going over Commandment 7, the things that fall under adultery, which multiple wives falls under the umbrella of adultery. Um, like we said, marriage, divorce, multiple wives. There's a slew of sexual acts that fall under this umbrella, such as rape. You've got people out there teaching that it's okay to rape, which the scriptures clearly is against. Um, there are people that are even teaching that we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. There's some people saying we're not going to have multiple wives now, but in the kingdom we're going to have multiple wives. But it will be abundantly clear when we go through the lesson next week about multiple wives, that the precepts that they're using to prove that we're going to have multiple wives in the kingdom is not talking about what they're saying it's talking about. Um, in no way, fashion, or shape, fashion, or form, however way you say it, are we going to have multiple wives in the kingdom. It's not happening. Um, so with that, We're going to get into this lesson. Lord's will, it's edifying to you, that you get something out of it, that you learn from it. Um, so we're going to open up first. Let's go to Matthew 5 first. Let's go there first. Just real quick. We're going to go to 5 and 17. Because as we opened up last week, there are people that are teaching that the commandments are done away with, mainly in the Christian churches. These theologian schools, they're teaching that the law is done away with, that the commandments are done away with. We touched up on this last week when we went over Commandment 6, but just want to touch up on it again to show that no, the commandments are not done away with. So Matthew 5 and 17, and just read through verse 20.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you, that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven.
So this is crystal clear. How these pastors, some of these leaders that are teaching that the commandments are done away with, how they could read Matthew 5 and 17 and believe that the commandments are done away with. I can't understand it when this is coming out of the mouth of Christ himself, that he did not come to destroy the commandments or the prophets. He didn't come to destroy the commandments or the things that the prophets prophesied about, because there's a lot of commandments in the prophets that you read about. So I don't know how people are getting this confused, because he's saying, whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments. What are the least commandments? The other commandments that fall, outside of the 10 commandments. Because some people don't understand that the great commandments are the 10 commandments, if you understand what I mean by that. Real quick, go to Matthew 22 and 34.
The book of Matthew, chapter
40.
The book of Matthew, chapter 22 and verse 34. And it says, but when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him and saying, Master, which of the great commandments in the law? Jesus said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
So on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. So what Christ was, because I know in the Israelite community, a lot of people like to teach that there's 5 categories to the laws and commandments. Christ teaches 2. Ever since I've heard people teach that, I've tried to find it in the Bible where they're getting these 5 categories from, because you don't find it anywhere in the scriptures that any of the prophets, that Moses, Joshua, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, none of them. Daniel, nowhere have I found Paul. that anybody has taken the law and commandments and broken it up into these five categories. Um, so I've often wondered, where is this coming from? So again, we're talking about another one of those doctrines and commandments of men that are being taught in the Israelite community, because Christ broke them all up into two categories. What we just read here. The first and the great commandment is, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. The first five commandments falls under that bracket, that we must love the Lord thy God. These are the commandments that are dealing with the Most High, commandments 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the second is like unto it, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. So these are the commandments that are dealing with you and your neighbor, or which are your fellow Israelites, and how we should conduct ourselves among each other when we deal with each other, which are the other five commandments. So where I'm lost for words, because I've been trying to figure it out for a long time. Like, where are they getting this from? Because you don't read about it in the Bible. It's not there. Um, but there's a lot of people that they will surpass what Christ said here, that, that there's these two categories, and they'll teach the five categories. All right. Um, so I just wanted to bring that out, that the Ten Commandments, these are the great commandments, and the other commandments, what we read about in Matthew 5 and 17, are these least commandments, like having your beard, making sure you're not taking a razor to your head and shaving your head, making sure you got your fringes or border of blue on. You know what I mean? Women not wearing pants. These least commandments. And he's telling us that anybody that teaches that it's okay to break these least commandments, you're going to be the least in the kingdom. And it went as far as to say that unless our righteousness surpasses the righteousness of the scribes and the Pharisees, we shall in no wise enter the kingdom. I'm paraphrasing, but our righteousness in today's times, I would have to say that the scribes and Pharisees were more righteous than our people are being right now. That we're not even, we haven't even reached the level of the scribes and Pharisees. When you look at Israel as a whole and the foolishness that's going on in Israel, we're not getting the kingdom for a while. And anybody that's telling you otherwise, they're fooling themselves and they're fooling you, because there's a lot of people out there teaching that you know we don't have to keep the commandments, that all Israel is going to be saved no matter what you do in this life or what you do in this world. That doctrine's going around now. You have people that are still to this day refusing to acknowledge that Christ is God, that Christ is God Almighty, the Almighty God that is mentioned in the scriptures. They still don't get it, that Christ is the I am. Christ is the one that was dealing with Israel the whole time. And it's not wrong to acknowledge it, because the Father told us to do it. That, and I don't even want to get into that. I'm talking about the what I'm talking about. But we as Israel have got to stop teaching some of these doctrines to our people that causes confusion. Because what happens is, when somebody approaches you and they ask you, is Christ God? And you don't know how to answer the question because you're confused, because you're like, well, I've been taught that Christ is not God. And yes, we know that there is a difference between the Father and the Son. The Father is above the Son. We know all of that. But that does not negate the fact that Christ is God. There's no negating it. um, Whether you're going into the Greek, arguing over John 1 and 1 and all of this, you can't get away from it. I understand that some of our brothers don't want to appear to be teaching the Trinity doctrine, but just because you acknowledge that Christ is God does not mean that you believe in the Trinity, because we all know that the Trinity doctrine is a foolish doctrine. But we have to acknowledge the truth that Christ is God. We haven't dealt with the Father. We haven't dealt with him. And we won't until we get the kingdom. You know what I mean? And even then, it's not like you're going to be able to say, you know what? I want an audience with the Most High. I want an audience with the Father. And you're just going to be able to go, you know what I mean, into the temple, wherever it is, and be able to sit before the Most High and air out your grievance. I don't see that happening. But we've got to teach our people the commandments. We've got to teach our people in the right way that we should be walking. And we should be walking even as he walked, which is Christ. Walking in the ways of the Father, keeping the commandments. Plain and simple. Read that again, Matthew 22 and 34 through 40.
Matthew 22 and verse 34. But when the Pharisees had heard that he had put the Sadducees to silence, they were gathered together. Then one of them, which was a lawyer, asked him a question, tempting him, and saying, Master, which is the greatest commandment in the law? Jesus answered him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment. And the second is like unto it, Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets.
So on these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Christ said he did not come to destroy the law or the prophets. So all of this is still in effect. All right. So what do we have to do to get the kingdom? Let's go to Matthew 19 and 16. You're going to read through verse 19. Christ again makes it abundantly clear. We've got to listen to what Christ said. As the Father, remember the voice came out of the heavens. God, this is my beloved Son. Hear ye him. A lot of our brothers are not wanting to listen to what Christ is saying. Or if they're not willing to listen for whatever reason, maybe it's Christ that's, the Most High just haven't opened up their ears and their eyes. Who knows? But it's crystal clear. If you really read what Christ is saying, you listen to what Christ is saying, and you apply what Christ is saying, you will not be confused about anything that's in the Gospels, all right, or in the New Testament period. But unfortunately, it seems like a lot of our brothers, I don't know if it's a hardness of the heart, we're going to stick to what we've been taught. Whatever the case is, the pride has got to go. And we've got to listen to what the Messiah is telling us. Go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Matthew, chapter 19 and verse 16. And behold, one came and said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandment.
Keep going up to 19.
He said unto him, which Jesus said, Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
So Christ is making it abundantly clear that the way that we're going to get into the kingdom is that we have got to keep the commandments. Um, I like to say this all the time, that we have to remind ourselves when Israel was in Egypt, the Most High just came and gathered us. He just came and got us. He took everybody. At that time, you know what I mean? Yeah, we were all caught up in Egyptian culture and Egyptian this and Egyptian that, and we, we didn't know the commandments. We didn't know his law. It had been completely erased from memory. And look at how that turned out. So he's not gonna do that again. This time, our salvation is contingency. Back then, it was contingent on the fact that, you know what, these are my people. He went to the Pharaoh. He sent Moses to the Pharaoh, say, "Let my people go." Um, Hold on, let me find. Let's go to Exodus real quick. It is Exodus 3. Start at verse. Start at verse 6 and read down to verse 10.
The book of Exodus, chapter 3 and verse 6. Moreover, he said, I am the God of thy fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And Moses hid his face, for he was afraid to look upon God. And the Lord said, I have surely seen the affliction of my people which are in Egypt, and have heard their cry by reason of their taskmasters, for I know their sorrow. And I am come down to deliver them out of the hand of the Egyptians, and to bring them up out of the land unto a good land, and large, unto a land flowing with milk and honey, unto a place of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Perizzites and the Hivites and the Jebusites. Now therefore, behold, the cry of the children of Israel is come unto me, and I have also seen the oppression wherewith the Egyptians oppressed them. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto the Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt.
So when he came and got us up out of Egypt the first time, it wasn't contingent upon us keeping the commandments. Our salvation out of Egypt wasn't contingent upon that. It was just the fact that we were his people, and he made this promise to our forefathers that he was going to give us this land. He saw the afflictions that our people were going through in Egypt, and he said, you know what? Let me get my people up out of there. He had mercy, he had that love, and he just went and got us. And how did we pay him back? We slapped him in the face. From the moment he brought us out of Egypt all the way up until today, our people have not listened to him, have not done nothing that he asked us to do. So this time, you think he's just going to come get us all and say, you know what? All you guys come with me. I don't care if you kept the commandments or not. He's not going to do the same thing he did the first time. He made it crystal clear. The only way we're getting salvation this time is we've got to keep his commandments. He's not going to do that again. And it's clear. So going back to Matthew 19:16, he made it abundantly clear that in order for us to get salvation, in order for us to get the kingdom, we have got to keep his commandments. So anybody teaching anything other than that is fooling themselves. And I hate to have to put it that way, but it's the absolute truth. We cannot go around pacifying our people and that's what the Christian church is doing. So if we're teaching that they don't have to keep the commandments, what makes us any better, any different than the Christian church? If it doesn't matter if you keep the commandments or not, just the fact that you're black in Israel, you're going to be able to get saved. That's not written in the scriptures. Nowhere. We have to make sure that our people understand what is required to get the kingdom. Anything going outside of that is leading our people astray and keeping us in captivity longer. All right. Um, let's go to Matthew 18 and start at verse 1. You're going to read through verse 4.
The book of Matthew, chapter 18 and verse 1. At the same time came the disciples unto Jesus, saying, Who is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? And Jesus called a little child unto him, and set him in the midst of them, and said, Verily I say unto you, except ye be converted and become as little children, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is great in the kingdom of heaven.
You don't see that happening in Israel. Israel, as a whole, the entire community, is more prideful now than I've ever seen. You don't see any humbleness and humility going on, especially among the leadership of Israel. He says, Verily I say unto you, except ye be converted, in other words, you repent, and become as little children, ye shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven. If you don't become as a little child, that means throwing away all the garbage that we learned here in America, all the different philosophies, doctrines, religions, whether it be Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever the case is, we got to get rid of it all. And we've got to become little children that are willing to be retaught. You've got to be willing to accept that maybe you were wrong or that you were wrong when it comes to certain doctrines. Stop bringing out one or two doctrines that seems to argue your case and then leave out the whole slew of doctrines that completely cut what you're teaching, because you see that happening. And so therefore you have people walking around believing that they can stay in sin and they're going to get the kingdom anyway. He says, Whosoever therefore shall humble himself as this little child, the same is greatest in the kingdom of heaven. You have to humble yourself down. We have to humble ourselves. As the children of Israel, as the children of the Most High, we have to humble ourselves down. We have to keep these commandments. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. No excuses. There's not going to be no exceptions. We got to remember the Most High is not a respecter of persons. He's not going to come down and be like, well, you know what? You're chief so and so, you're high priest so and so, you're bishop, whoever, you're deacon, or you got the title, you're getting in. It's not working like that. Oh, you're just a newbie in the truth. Or you just repented yesterday or last week. You're not getting in. That's not how it works. So let's get into this lesson. Let's go to Exodus 20 and 14.
book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 14. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
That's straightforward and to the point. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Let's get the definition of what adultery is. Give me a second. Let me share the screen. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
All right. Adultery, noun, voluntary sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her spouse. Again, voluntary sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her spouse, because there are people that are teaching that adultery doesn't apply to the man, that it only applies to the woman, that only a woman could be in adultery, that only a married woman who is having intercourse with um, another man could be caught up in adultery. That it has, a single sister can't be in adultery because she's not married. And it has nothing to do with the man. There are people teaching that, which is completely wrong. Again, voluntary sexual intercourse between a married person and a person who is not his or her spouse. And you're going to find that when you go through the scriptures, Christ actually agrees with this, that it doesn't matter if it's a man or if it's a woman, you could be in adultery. Synonyms: unfaithfulness, infidelity, falseness, disloyalty, unchastity, cuckoldry, extramarital sex, extramarital relations, affair, liaison, intrigue, amour, entanglement. Is it that what Jada Pinkett Smith tried to be slick and play word games when she got caught up? Talking about it wasn't adultery, it was an entanglement. Entanglement means the same thing. Flirtation, fornication, because some people try and say that fornication is different than adultery. Let's click on fornication. Sexual intercourse between people not married to each other. So it doesn't matter if one person's married, the other person is not married, you could be in fornication. That still falls under commandment number 7, adultery. Synonyms: adultery, infidelity, unfaithfulness, cuckoldry, sex, sexual intercourse, sexual relations, coupling, affair, liaison, carnal knowledge, congress, and commerce. But we understand what this means, or at least we should. Can you see me again? All right. So Exodus 20 and 14 says, thou shalt not commit adultery. Let's go to Deuteronomy 5 and 18. It's saying the same thing, but it's just put in different words.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 5 and verse 18. Neither shalt thou commit adultery.
So now it says, neither shalt thou commit adultery. So he has to remind us of the same thing over and over again. We cannot be committing adultery. Now, we know that all of us have grown up here in America. We've all gone through the school system here in America. And everything that you're taught in the school systems of America is to bring you into adultery, whether you realize it or not. From the time you get into kindergarten and you start in America's school system, you are being socialized, called socialization. You're being socialized into going along with the status quo. And that is going along with adultery. That's why in kindergarten you're learning about Valentine's Day at an early. Now they're already talking about teaching about gender identification or genderism and all this kind of stuff, and homosexuality at this young age. Why?
Right.
Because they know the younger they start teaching this stuff, the harder it's going to be as an adult for you to break away from it. Not only are they teaching us physical adultery, but they're also teaching us spiritual adultery, which we're also going to get into in the lesson. We have all gone through the school system, and all of our minds have been messed up through this education that we've gotten from America, which is not really an education. And it's not, I won't even say really, it's not at all an education in righteousness. It's an education in foolishness, in sin. So he says, neither shalt thou commit adultery. But already in kindergarten, you're having people teaching the kids about Valentine's Day. The parents go out and buy Valentine's cards for their kids, and they're helping their kids fill out the Valentine's cards. And, the parents, they think they're being cute, but they don't understand the lesson that they're teaching their kids. You will hear some of these parents, they'll ask their kid, like, oh, which do you think, which of the people in your class, if it's a boy, which of the girls do you think is cute? Or if it's a girl, oh, which one of the boys is your boyfriend? You hear the parents asking this stuff, thinking they're being cute, like, oh, I'm just messing with them. But in actuality, you're planting the seed already. And then they make that special Valentine's card for that one special boy or girl in their class, and they want to make sure they get that one. All right. And then next thing you know, first and second and third grade is coming along. Now they're getting used to it. Ooh, Valentine's Day is coming up. I'm gonna give so and so my Valentine. And they're putting the little messages on the back of them. Will you be my Valentine? Yes or no? Or will you be my girlfriend or boyfriend? Yes or no, with the little boxes. And nowadays, by the time these kids are hitting fourth, fifth, and sixth grade, with everything that they're learning, a lot of this stuff is starting to turn sexual with these kids already. A lot of these parents, I think they know, they just don't want to know. But a lot of these parents need to start talking to their kids. By the time they hit seventh and eighth grade, the majority of these kids, because of the cell phones, they're already watching porn. You know what I mean? They're all, oh man, what is the name of this movie? It was actually my mom that told me about it. The Good Boys. I think I may have mentioned that before. You got these movies that are out. One of them, it's a group of four little boys. They have this little adventure where the boy's father told him not to mess with his drone. They went and played with the drone anyway. The drone gets broken, so now they're having this adventure to go try and get a new drone for the father before he shows up from work. But that's more the side story of the movie, where the majority of the movie is basically, these kids talking about going to kissy parties, playing spin the bottle, a lot of profanity, a lot of sexual innuendo in the movie, and with little kids. And when you look at the overall theme of the movie, it's like, whoa, like, wait a minute. But all they're doing is really depicting the reality of what's going on in the elementary schools, that the kids are not going to school to learn. To learn what they're supposed to be. They're going to school to learn everything about socialization, how to fit in with the rest of society, to covet what everyone else is having, to desire to have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, to desire to have physical contact and sexual acts, happening and performing and things like this at that early age. Showing, the little kids um, looking at porn magazines and looking at porn on the internet and things like that, in which this stuff is really going on, and it's not new. It's been going on for a long time, even back when we were little kids, back in the mid 70s, late 70s, 80s. It was going on, but it was rare. Now it's just like so mainstream that it's an everyday occurrence in almost every household now. So we have to teach these kids the commandments, because the school's not going to teach it to them. The churches are not teaching it to them. So who else do they have to be able to sit them down and say, you know what? God has commandments, and he says that one of his commandments is that thou shalt not commit adultery. Do you know what adultery is, little Johnny or little Susie? No, you don't. Okay, a parent should be telling them, I'm going to explain it to you. This is what adultery is. That's why we have to come to you like your little kids, because you should be what? Humbling yourself like a little child, so that you can be retaught, because you've been taught from the time you were a child nothing but adultery. But that adultery is okay, that there's nothing wrong with adultery. We're going to give you a sex education class. And what are you learning in sex education? How to put condoms on a banana, and you know what I mean, and that it's okay to have sex as long as you use a condom. Girls, it's okay, you can have sex with as many boys as you want, as long as you go to Planned Parenthood and get some birth control. Just be careful, protect yourself. That's what the kids are learning. And now as adults, what else do people know? And then we wonder why the divorce rate is so high, and actually throughout the world now. It's not just in America, it's everywhere. People are getting divorced left and right. They say what is it, like 75% of marriages or something like that now don't even make it past the first 5 years.
Right.
Yeah, all you got to do is go on YouTube and see the number of videos that are on there of these people that go around and they try and help the significant other, try and figure out whether their significant other is cheating on them or not, and then they set up these little stings. Look at how many videos of this are on YouTube, and how many people are getting caught cheating on their so-called, we know boyfriend and girlfriend does not exist in the Bible. God doesn't deal with boyfriend, girlfriend. He deals with marriage. We learn boyfriend, girlfriend here in America, because that's what America teaches from the time you're a child. But not only just the men, but the women are doing it just as much. And it's, being just as graphic and heartless as the men have been for eons. Okay. So we want to make sure that we teach our people the commandments, and not that they just learn them, but we have to stress to them how important it is that we apply the commandments. That it's, how would I put it? It's a choice. You've got to be able to look at adultery like you look at any other commandment. If you're somebody that's never done drugs before, and you're just adamant that, you know what, man, I ain't never touching no drugs, I ain't never putting that stuff in my body, you have to look at adultery the same way. I'm never going to commit adultery. I'm never going to cheat on my wife. Regardless of everything that I've learned here in America, regardless of everything I did before I got married, now that I'm married, no, I'm not ever going to cheat on. It's a mindset. You have to train yourself. You have to detrain yourself from the things we were brought up learning, and you've got to retrain your mind. You got to change your ways of thinking, your thought patterns, because everything in this world is about lust. So we have to teach the people. We have, starting with the children, God's commandments. Thou shalt not commit adultery, neither shalt thou commit adultery. and explain to them what adultery is. All right. Um, we also got to make sure that we're listening to Christ. Going to go back to that again, because Christ came to expound on these commandments. Remember that. So let's go there. Let's go to Matthew 5:27. Let's read it first.
The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 27. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you, that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart.
So you've got people teaching that Matthew 5:27 does not apply to a married person, or actually not a married person, to a single woman. That, you just can't be looking at a married woman. You can't be looking because she's got a husband. That's disrespectful to her husband. But you could look at all the single sisters all you want. How do you get that from reading this? It's crazy. He says, ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not commit adultery. Who is that of old time? What Moses wrote in Exodus 20 and 14 and Deuteronomy 5 and 18. Thou shalt not commit adultery. He's talking about the commandment itself, one of the 10 commandments. He's saying, you have heard that it was said by them of old time. It was written, it was said that thou shalt not commit adultery. And Christ says, but I say unto you, but he's saying, but I'm going to tell you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart. We already broke this down when we went over Commandment 1. That you don't have to actually commit the act in order to be in sin. In order to be a murderer, you don't have to actually be standing over a dead body with a knife in your hand with blood on it and, just got done stabbing the person in order to be a murderer. Just the fact that in your mind you have hatred towards that person makes you a murderer already. Just like Christ is telling us here, you don't have to actually get caught in bed with the woman or the woman caught in bed with the man in order to be in adultery. Just the fact that whether you're a man or a woman, you're out somewhere and, you see it everywhere, especially we as men with the way the women are dressing nowadays. And it's not even just the women. You've got people allowing their little kids to walk around wearing these spandex pants and all this stuff now, little mini skirts. The junior high and high school girls are dressing now. Honestly, you can't even tell the difference between some of these kids dressing up going to school and the hookers that you see on TV that they show walking down the street or getting arrested. Nowadays, people have no problems with their daughters getting dressed up, looking like hookers, walking out the door and going to school. It's crazy. We have to teach these kids better because this is the downfall of society. We're told in the law, we cannot allow the land to fall to whoredom. It defiles the land. It defiles the nation. It defiles our people. And that is exactly what we're allowing to happen. And the sad part about it is that among the Israelite community, you have a lot of people teaching these multiple wives doctrines. Some of these doctrines, like we're talking about right now, that they're claiming that, well, as long as you're not hitting on them. And the funny thing is, some of these guys that are saying this are some of the ones that are constantly being accused of trying to pick up on married women. You're hearing, you're reading and seeing it. You're watching the videos of these camps and camp leaders who seem to constantly be trading wives, like they're changing their underwear every day, or changing your socks on a daily basis. They had a wife. Now all of a sudden they got a new wife. What happened to the other wife you had? Oh, she's gone. She left. Oh, why did she leave? No, you got to ask yourself the question, why are these dudes' wives always leaving? What is going on in these multiple wives situations that one or more of the wives are always packing up and leaving? And now these dudes are on the prowl looking for another wife. And even if the wife is still there, they got two wives already. Now they're all looking for wife number 3 or wife number 4. It's lust. No matter how they try and spin it, it's lust. No matter what excuses you try and come up with, you're still walking in the lust of the flesh, plain and simple. And you want to have as many women as you want, and you're using the Bible as an excuse to do it. All right. Christ tells us right here that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart, in your mind. You're somewhere and that woman comes walking in wearing those spandex pants or that little short mini skirt, and you sit there just looking like, oh man, she looked good. The thoughts already popping in in the dude's mind. Man, I like to get her number. You know what I mean? Man, let, let me get with that. Let me hit that. You know how our man talk. The thoughts in your head has already convicted you. You've already committed sin. You don't have to actually go through and commit the act. We explained all this already when we did our video of breaking down Commandment 1. And the reason why a lot of these doctrines are being taught is because some of these guys don't understand Commandment 1. They don't understand that this is a spiritual battle for your mind. That's why a lot of them are running around talking about the mark of the beast is a computer chip. Running around saying the mark of the beast is the jab. Because they don't understand that the mark has everything to do with what's in your mind. In order to understand the mark of the beast, you have to understand the commandments. That the commandments are not just a physical thing, it's a spiritual thing. It's a mental thing. It's a battle for the hearts and the minds of the people. Whatever your mind is on, whatever your heart is, that's what your treasure is. We've broken that down in the video on Commandment 1. I don't want to go through it again. Whatever you have your heart set on, which is your mind, that has become your God. You've put that before the Most High, and you're already in sin. So all that lustful looking and gawking at the women. Now, mind you, we're all human. People, you know what I mean, might walk by and you take that quick line, man, what am I looking at? No, not looking at that. I've heard some people call it the 2-second rule or the 3-second rule. If you're looking harder or longer than 2 or 3 seconds, then the devil's on you. You hear some people say. Now you're letting that spirit of lust jump on you. So you've got to be mindful. It's a thing of training your mind. We're supposed to hate what the Most High hates, and the Most High hates sin. The Most High hates adultery. The Most High hates these women because remember, the Most High hates all abomination. These women walking around in these jeans, these tight jeans, is an abomination to the Most High. These women walking around in these spandex shorts and spandex pants is an abomination to the Most High. So if he hates it, we should hate it. Our wives should not be walking around wearing this stuff. And which is crazy because you're seeing women that are professing to be Israelites dressing like this. And there are some camps that, they got to clamp down on their women where the women, are not wearing pants at all. Come in, to those camps that are doing it. And you have other camps that are, doing everything they can to try and say that Deuteronomy 22:5 is not talking about women wearing pants. So therefore, they're allowing their women to wear pants in their congregations, and you're seeing them show up wearing these jeans, fitted clothing. You know what I mean? Tight t-shirts. You're seeing this stuff. We've got to get our people's minds right. Get their minds out of the music they're listening to today, because everything in the music is all about adultery. Everything in the commercials is about adultery. Everything on TV in the cartoons and TV shows is about adultery. Everything you're seeing on the internet is about adultery. It's everywhere. So Matthew 5:27 again, it says, "Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say unto you that whosoever looketh on a woman to lust after her hath committed adultery with her already in his heart." Your heart is your mind. Let's go to Matthew 15:19.
The book of Matthew, chapter 15, verse 19. For out of the heart proceed evil thoughts, murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, blasphemies.
So he's making sure he covers both bases, because there's going to be some people that are going to say, well, adultery is not fornication, or fornication is not adultery. So he names them both, adultery and fornication. For out of the heart, meaning your mind, proceed evil thoughts. It starts in your mind. Murders, adulteries, fornications, thefts, false witness, and blasphemies. Let's go to Mark 7:21. It's saying the same thing, letting us know that the heart is the mind. So when you're looking upon this woman and you're lusting after her in your heart, you're lusting after her in your mind. So you have to change your mindset. Go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Mark, chapter 7 and verse 21. For from within, out of the heart of man proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornication, murders, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lasciviousness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All of these evil things come from within and defile the man.
Look at what the Most High calls this. He calls this evil. Adulteries and fornications, all of it. But I'm stressing those two right now. That's what we're talking about. Adulteries and fornicating. Covetousness falls into that too, because multiple wives falls in under covetousness too. Having that covetous spirit on you. All these evil things come from within and defile the man. And you've got some of our leaders in Israel running around Israel teaching men in Israel that it's okay to commit adultery, that it's okay to commit fornication, that it's okay to have more than one wife, that you could lay down with as many women. Now, there are even some that are saying that we could lay down with the other nations and it's no big deal. Well, we could have the other nations. We go have them in the kingdom anyway. It's like, what are you talking about? You got to really step back and listen to the things that come out of some of the mouths of these men, and it will become abundantly clear to you that these men have not humbled themselves as little children and have not converted. They haven't changed. They may be wearing fringes with the border of blue. They may be wearing a garment. You know what I mean? They may have a whole lot of precepts memorized. They know the Bible inside and out, just like the scribes and Pharisees. But inwardly, these men are hypocrites. They speak real smooth. They're very eloquent in their speech. But inside, in their heart, desperately wicked. Go to Jeremiah 17:9.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 17 and verse 9. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it?
So who can know what's really going on in the mind of a person? The only way you're going to know it is until they start speaking. And that's, at some point, the truth is going to slip out of their mouth of who they really are. The things that they're really thinking in their mind are going to be manifest. The darkness is going to come to light. And that's what you see going on in Israel. You're seeing a lot of things that have been being done in the dark for a long time among Israel is starting to come to light. Whether it's a brother in a camp or it's one of the leaders in some of the camps that are, getting themselves and allowing themselves to get caught up in adultery, breaking Commandment 7. Why is that? Because the commandments are not constantly being taught and reinforced as they should be. The focus is mainly, like the high holy days, the high holy, making sure everybody knows when the high holy day is. People know when the high holy days are, but they don't even know what Commandment 7 is. It's crazy. You watch some of the comments people make and some of the questions that are being asked in Israel among the body, and you have to shake your head and go, man, are you studying? Are you reading? Like, what are you doing? You just want to ask, the person teaching for the answer because you want it spoon fed to you, and you're just, okay, that's what they said, and you're just going to go with it without trying the spirit. We have to be willing to open this Bible up and study, in which a lot of our people are not willing to do. Go to 1 John 4 and 1.
The book of First John, chapter 4 and verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirit whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
We have to try the spirits, just like Christ did. Whether the spirit is of God or not. Remember, Christ, asked the Pharisees and Sadducees. He said, the baptism of John, was that of heaven, or was that of man, or was that of man, or was that of God? I paraphrasing it, can't remember exactly how he put it, but he was putting them on the spot. They knew, if they answered one way, he was going to say this. If they answered another way, he was going to say this. So they just opted not to say anything at all. We have to try the spirit. We have, through study of the precepts, you will be able to know whether a doctrine that somebody is teaching is of God or if it's not of God. How are we going to know? Listen to what Christ is saying to you. Not somebody taking it and twisting it and saying, well, this is, he's not saying that. It only applies to, because when you go to the Torah or where you, no, it's plain English. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? Our minds are deceitful and wicked, and the Most High have told us that this is from the very beginning, that the mind of man is just, every imagination of his heart is evil from his youth. Grab that in Genesis 8:21. Because I don't want to mess that up either, paraphrasing.
The book of Genesis, chapter 8 and verse 21. And the Lord smelled a sweet savior. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. For the imaginations of man's heart is evil from his youth. Neither will I again smite any more everything living as I have done.
So he's telling us, for the imagination of man's heart, meaning the imagination of his mind, is evil from his youth. See, people don't believe that little kids could be little demons, that they could have, evil mind. You're seeing it and hearing it every day. Little kids who got potty mouths, little kids that are going to school and beating up on other little kids, little kids going to school and hating other little kids, teasing little kids, bullying other little kids, raping other little kids, because that stuff is going on in the schools too in at early ages. The minds of the youth of this world is just completely and utterly corrupted. And why is that? Because of the things that are being taught to them at an early age. Let's go to Genesis 6 and 5.
The book of Genesis, chapter 6 and verse 5. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually.
He says, and God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart, meaning every imagination of the thoughts of his mind, was only evil continually. Continually, that means that every second of every day, that the thoughts that are going through men's heads or minds, and not just the men, the women also, and the children, are thoughts of adultery, thoughts of fornication, thoughts of murders, thoughts of thefts, thoughts of covetousness, thoughts of wickedness, thoughts of deceit, thoughts of lasciviousness, an evil eye, thoughts of blasphemy, thoughts of pride, thoughts of foolishness. You can't get around it. In fact, let's get that, because lasciviousness falls under adultery also. Let's get that definition. Give me a second. I don't even know how to spell that word. How do you spell that? Lasciviousness. Let me share. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
All right. Lasciviousness. Definition: noun form of lascivious. So, what does lascivious mean? Of a person, manner, or gesture, feeling or revealing an overt and often offensive sexual desire. An offensive sexual desire. So that's that dude, a woman's walking by and she, got on tight clothing or something and he's whistling at her. That's the dude that's, hey, baby, what's your name, baby? Hey, baby, come over. You know what I mean? You know how these men be. It gives an example. He gave her a lascivious wink. He gave her an offensive sexual desire. Synonyms: lecherous, lewd. There you go. Lustful, licentious, libidinous, goatish, salacious, lubricious. Never heard of that. Prurient. Never heard of that. Dirty, smutty, filthy. We've heard all of those. Naughty, suggestive, indecent. We heard of all of them. Ribald. I've heard that word but never knew what it meant. Debauched, depraved, degenerate, dissolute, dissipated, unchaste, loose, concupiscent. You find that in the Bible also. What does concupiscent mean? Filled with sexual desire, lustful. You read about these words in the scriptures, and it's crystal clear that the people or person that has those thoughts running through their mind or act out in that way, they are not getting into the kingdom. So going back to Genesis 6 and 5, he says, and God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And that's what we're taught up to believe and to think. Especially, like I said, when you're in junior high or high school, that's basically all it's about. Oh man, you know who I'm a, you know, you see so and so. Oh, she looked good, man. I'm gonna talk to her. I'm gonna get her number. Going out to the movies with their friends. We're gonna go to the movies. We're gonna try and see if we can meet some girls. The girls do the same thing. Oh, we're gonna go to the mall and see if we can meet some guys. We're gonna go to wherever. You know what I mean? And this is all being taught at a young age. Look at all the movies. Go back, look at the movies of the 70s, the movies of the 80s, the movies of the 90s, the movies of the 2000s, all the way up until now. And all you see, especially these high school age movies, are all pushing the same thing. It's music, sex, drugs, and drinking. Always the same thing. And partying. Whether it's in high school or college, it's always the same thing. All right. Um, but when it comes to teaching marriage, nobody wants to really talk about marriage in school. Nobody's really teaching the kids or telling the kids about marriage. Not letting people know that the moment you lay down with that man, or the moment you lay down with your wife, that woman, that's your husband, that's your wife. You have um, videos on YouTube now where some of these guys are going around and asking these women. I had never even heard it put that way before. Um, what do they say? How many bodies you got? I had never even heard it put that way before. And you
Mm-hmm.
got these dumb girls on here from high school age to college age, all the way up to women 30, 40, and 50 years old. And they're like, how many bodies you got? And they're like, oh, 25, 100, 125. And it's like, what? Like, where do you even find the time to mess around with that many dudes? It's crazy. Them not realizing that hundred and something dudes you lay, those are all your husbands. Every single one of them. And people don't understand that that's what Christ was telling the woman at the well. I know you've been, you know what? Let's go there. Let's go to John, the book of John, and go to 4 and 16, and read up to 18. 16 to 18.
The book of John, chapter 4 and verse 16. Jesus said unto her, Go call the husband, and come hither. The woman answered and said, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, Thou hast said well, I have no husband. For thou hast had 5 husbands.
Read that again.
For thou have had 5 husbands.
I guess in today's terms, we could say that this woman had 5 bodies, the way they're putting it today. She's laid down with 5 different men. And Christ is letting her know, I know what you've done. You got 5 bodies under you. Read.
For thou hast had 5 husbands, and he whom thou now hast is not thy husband. In that sayest thou truly.
He's saying that I know what you've done. You laid down with 5 different men, and even the dude that you're with today isn't even your husband. Even though you're laying down with him, he's still technically your husband. That flies over the head of a lot of people when they read this. And that's why people try and say that Exodus 22 and 16, that doesn't mean sex doesn't mean marriage. Sex doesn't mean marriage. Christ is telling you right here that's exactly what Exodus 22 and 16 means. Go grab that. Go to Exodus 22 and 16 through 17 and hold John 4. That's why we've got to listen to Christ. We've got to really listen to him when he's speaking in order to get understanding, to really truly understand what he's saying and what he's teaching. You've got to open your spiritual ears. Go ahead and read.
Exodus 22 and verse 16. And if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. If her father utterly refuses to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins.
So the moment you sit there and you start enticing that young woman, she may be single, she's not engaged to anybody, she's not betrothed to anybody, and you start spitting game in her ear, and well, you know how it is. People go to the club, they go wherever, they go to the bars, they start talking to. Nowadays, it's even online. You've got these dating sites nowadays that people go on the dating sites. Um, you hear about people. In fact, that's a story that popped up earlier. Was it last week? Talking about what's his name? Drake, the singer Drake, that there was some dude that was trolling him or something like that online, trying to make fun of his son. And so I guess it happened on Instagram. So Drake turns around and goes and I guess starts following. I don't have Instagram, so I don't know exactly how it works. But I guess Drake started following this dude's wife and
Hmm.
started leaving her messages in her private message box, saying stuff like, I got you, or, like trying to entice her, like, okay, you're going to try and make fun of me. You're going to troll me. Watch this. I'm going to take your wife, just because he knows that he's a rich star and he's what they would call a handsome dude, and he's got the power, the fame, the money, and all of that. That he knows that if he really pushes the envelope, that this man's wife would say, you know what, a night with Dre, I'll forget all about you. All because of pride, because this man was, and the dude, I guess, apparently was talking foolishly. But again, why would he do that? Because he's not been taught right. He has not been taught God's commandments. He's living worldly, that it's okay for him to just go around and use his star status to, lay down and sleep with a bunch of women, regardless of the fact of whether or not they're married. Not caring whether or not, this woman is, apparently he's messed with a lot of women in Hollywood who have husbands and so-called boyfriends behind the boyfriends and husbands back. That guess that's his reputation, that he's known, for that dude, that don't leave him around your woman because he will steal her. They make songs about that stuff. But Exodus 22 and 16 makes it abundantly clear that the moment you lay down with that man or that woman, that is your husband or your wife, whether you're a man laying down with a woman or a woman laying down with a man. It's not supposed to be happening. It says, and if a man entice a maid that is not betrothed and lie with her, he shall surely endow her to be his wife. What does the word endow mean? Let's get it. Oops. Can you see it?
There it is.
All right. Um, we know it's not this one. Provide with a quality, ability, or asset. Well, actually, no, that's the one we're looking for. Um, and then you have the other one, have breasts or a penis of a specified size. We know that's not what it is. So it says provide with a quality, ability, or asset. In other words, giving some kind of a financial um, asset to someone for laying down with this betrothed girl. Who is that being given to? Is being given to the father. That's what he says. He shall surely endow her to be his wife. You've laid down, you've taken this man's daughter's virginity without his permission. Now you owe this man an endowment, a dowry. Another definition, give or bequeath an income or property to a person or institution. He endowed the church with lands, pass on, pass down, bequeath, will, leave in one's will, make over, gift, transfer, give, transmit, demise, devise, establish a university post, annual prize, etc., by donating the funds needed to maintain it. So there is no way around that. That the moment you lay down with that woman, you have to go to that woman's father and say, you know what, I laid down with your daughter. I got, I got to take her hand in marriage. I owe you a dowry. I owe you money. And then verse 17 says, if her father utterly refused to give her unto him, he shall pay money according to the dowry of virgins. So if the father, even the father refuses, you got to pay him. You've got to pay him. The father's like, you know what? You ain't taking my daughter. You've disrespected her. You've disrespected me. You've disrespected our family name. I don't want her marrying somebody like you. Because how do I know you have my daughter as your wife? How do I know you're not going to go do this to the next man while you're married to my daughter? Isn't that how was that Jacob? Was that Laban that made Jacob promise that he wouldn't take any other wives besides his daughters? I believe that was Jacob, right?
Right.
With his two wives. See, there's going to be people to say, you see, he says he's not for two multiple wives, but he's talking about Jacob having two wives. Did Jacob ask for those two wives, or was Jacob tricked into taking those two wives? You got to be real. You got to, you know what I mean? Got to speak the truth, because that's what happened. He was tricked into it. And when we go through the lesson with about the multiple wives, it's going to become abundantly clear that the multiple wives that were going on that you read about in the Old Testament, there was nothing good coming out of those situations. Nothing. And anybody telling you today that everything's all good with them having multiple wives is lying to you. Because you hear that all the time. Oh, we got multiple wives. We got a multiple wife situation going on. Everything's good. It's all good. But going back to Exodus 22, 16, 17, you lay down with that woman, she's got to become your wife. Unless the father refuses to give her to you. You're gonna have to pay that dowry of virgins. You're gonna have to pay that money to the father for what you've done. Some people, again, they say, oh, that's not talking about that just because you lay down with her, that now that's your wife. Sex doesn't mean marriage. Let's go back and listen to Christ one more time. Go back to John 4 and 16 through 18. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to your camp leader. Listen to what Christ is telling this woman right here.
The book of John, chapter 4 and verse 16. Jesus said unto her, Go call thy husband, and come hither. The woman answered and said, I have no husband. Jesus said unto her, thou hast well said, I have no husband.
So she
For
said,
thou
I don't have no husband. I ain't got a husband. But what does Christ say? Read.
for thou hast had 5 husbands,
He says, for thou hast had 5 husbands. Read.
and he whom thou now hast is not thy husband, and that sayest thou truly.
So he's letting her know, I know what you've done. You've laid down with 5 dudes. And the dude that you're with even now, you're laying down with. And you're not married to him. You're just shacking up. You're shacking up together. You've shacked up with 5. Now it's 6 different dudes. You've got 6 bodies. Those are all your husbands, no matter how you try and play it. Don't sit here and play games with me. Try and lie and tell me you ain't married. You know you laid down with those 6 men. You may not have had 6 wedding ceremonies, but those are your husbands. Those are your men. That's what Christ is telling her. But again, you're going to have people that are going to sit there and try and tell you that sex don't mean marriage. Who are you going to listen to, them, or are you going to listen to Christ? All right. So let's move on with this lesson. So we know what adultery is. We know what fornication is. We know what lasciviousness is. All of these fall under the umbrella of adultery. And there's a lot of other sexual acts that fall under the umbrella of adultery. Some of them that we were warned against because we learned these things in the land of our captivity while we were in Egypt. We were also warned before we went into the land of Canaan that we should not do after the doings of the people in the land because they did all these things. Let's go to Leviticus 18 and 1. And you're going to, for right now, just read through verse 18.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 18 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwell, shall ye not do.
So
And
he's
after,
telling us, you were living in Egypt, you do not do the things that they did. He says, after the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. In other words, all that stuff you learned in Egypt, you better forget about it. Change your mind state, change your mindset. Same thing we got to do here while we're in America. We got to change our entire mindset. We've got to get the mark of the beast off of us. We've got to get the mark of Babylon the Great just completely, utterly away from our mind, away from us. It's not a computer chip. It's sin. Sins like adultery and spiritual fornication, spiritual adultery that we're going to get into later. All right, go ahead and read.
and after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do.
So he's telling us now, after the doings of the land of Canaan, where he's going to bring us, we shall not do. Go ahead and read.
Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances.
So in other words, you better not walk in the laws and the ways and philosophies and doctrines of these lands, that I just brought you from the land I'm going to bring you into. Don't do any of the things that these people do. Go ahead and read.
Ye shall do my judgments and keep my ordinances to walk therein. I am the Lord your God.
So he's telling us you better walk in my judgments and do mine ordinances. To walk therein means to keep his commandments. Go ahead and read.
You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord.
And that's telling us what he means by walking in his judgments and his ordinances. That means keeping them, keeping his statutes and his judgments. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord. Go ahead and read.
None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord.
We see this going on in the Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities like crazy. There are a lot of stories all throughout the Black, Hispanic, and Native American communities of incest, whether it's adult to adult or adults that are molesting little kids. It's not supposed to be happening. He says, none of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. Near of kin, meaning these are your direct blood relatives, your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, fathers, your aunts, your uncles, your cousins. Go ahead and read.
The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Now, when you go back and look at the whole origin of Easter, you look at the origin of Christmas and everything that's having to do with Talmud and his mother. Don't have to say much. All right, that's kind of stuff is not supposed to be happening. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. In other words, you're not supposed to be laying down and having relations with your own father or your own mother. It says, shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother, thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. So the boy better not be laying down with his mother. The daughter better not be laying down with her father, as we read about with the story with Lot and his daughters. His daughters got him drunk and laid down with him to have kids because they thought the entire world had got destroyed and that all the men were gone. That shouldn't be happening. Read on.
The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother,
Go
whether
back to
she,
8. You skip verse 8.
verse 8, the nakedness of thy father's wife shall thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness.
So let's say your father got remarried. He has a stepwife that says, the nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. You're not supposed to be going and messing around with your father's wife, whether it's his new wife, it's your stepmom or what have you. It's not supposed to happen. Read on.
The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover.
So now you may have situations where people have the same father, but they got different mothers. So the father marries a woman who has a daughter by him. She's your stepmom, but you guys got the same father, and now you cannot be going messing around with that little girl. She's the daughter of who? The daughter of your father. And it could be vice versa. It could be the mother marrying another man. You guys got the same mother, and she marries another man and they have a kid. And you start messing with her. You can't do that. Or messing with him. It says whether she's born at home or born abroad. If she lives in the home with you, you can't do it. If the mother lives in another state, another city, another county, country, whatever you want to call it, you still can't do it. Just because you didn't grow up with her, that's still be considered your stepsister or half sister or brother. You cannot lay down and mess around with them. But that kind of stuff goes on in households too. It says again, the nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. Read on, verse 10.
The nakedness of thy son's daughter or of thy daughter's daughter, even
Now,
their
this
naked.
is your grandchildren. But you see that stuff going on all the time too. You see these old men that be getting arrested because they be molesting their own grandkids and stuff like that. Go ahead and read.
Even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for there is thine own nakedness.
He says, "For theirs is thine own nakedness." That's your own grandson, your own granddaughter. That stuff should not be happening. Read on.
The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
It's reiterating the same thing again. The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter. So again, your stepsister or half sibling should not be messing around with them. And you see that stuff going on all the time. Well, it's just it's just my stepsister. Her mom married my dad. And you got these, teenagers. That's where it happens a lot of the time, but even with adults too, though. And in fact, what was it? Was it like a few years ago or so? This dude got arrested for he had met his daughter for the first time at the age, I think she was like 18 or 19, and started messing around with her, and they ended up having a baby together and everything like that. And I believe they got arrested for it, for incest. But you're hearing this stuff more often lately. Go ahead and read on.
Um, verse 12. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman.
Which is your aunt. Go ahead and read.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman.
Again, your aunt. Go ahead and read.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thy aunt.
So if it's a female, don't be messing around with your father's brother because that's your uncle. And if it's a boy, thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thine aunt. So it's covering both bases. All right. Well, the thing that it does later on when it gets into homosexuality, but nowadays, you telling you the world is just wicked where you are hearing these stories popping up on the news, on YouTube, of these people that are messing around with their, the boy may be a teenager and he's messing around with his uncle because they're both gay and stuff like that. Is just crazy, the stuff going on. Go ahead and read.
Um, verse 15. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter in law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
So don't be messing around with, because you hear that stuff going on. In fact, I think there was a story about P Diddy supposedly doing that, where his son was dating some girl. They broke up, and then after they broke up, P Diddy started messing around with her. It's crazy. Go ahead and read.
Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness.
So now this is talking about your sister-in-law. You have a brother. He meets a woman, gets engaged. They get married, and now she start eyeing you, and you give into it and start messing with her. That's adultery. You're messing with your own brother's wife. This all falls under the umbrella of adultery. But let Creflo Dollar and some of these Christian pastors tell you the commandments are done away with. The law is done away with. So, because the law is done away with, people have no problem with committing these sexual acts that we're reading about. Go ahead and read on.
Verse 17. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, neither shalt thou take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are her nearest kinsmen. it is wickedness.
You see that kind of stuff going on too. A dude is messing with the woman. She's got a daughter, and he, secretly starts messing around with the daughter behind the mother's back. Now he's sleeping with the mother and daughter. And it says, neither shalt thou take her son's daughter. So if you're messing with a lady, she has a son and he has a daughter, which is her granddaughter. You can't be messing with her. Or her daughter's daughter. It's the same thing. That's her granddaughter. Read on, verse 18.
Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, besides the other in her lifetime.
So you can't be taking two sisters and, to make the other one jealous, laying down with her and, you know, getting it on with her. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister to vex her, to uncover her nakedness, beside the other in her lifetime. And there's also where does it get into that at? No, no threesomes, none of that kind of stuff. You can't be doing that. What do they call it? The menage a trois? How do they pronounce it? You cannot be doing that stuff. Let me see. Go ahead and read on. That's verse 22.
Verse 19. Also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness.
So no, you're not supposed to be laying down with any woman, whether it's your wife or what have you, when she is on her menstrual cycle. When that time of the month comes, you cannot be laying down having relations with her. Some people do that. It's sickening. But the Most High told us, no, you're not supposed to. Go ahead and read on.
Moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her.
So you're not supposed to be messing with your neighbor's wife. Anybody in Israel, whether, because that's who our neighbor is, it's not just talking about your neighbor across the street or next door, which a lot of our people do. You see that stuff going on all the time, especially if you ever lived in an apartment building, an apartment complex. You see that stuff happen all the time. You'll have a married couple living on one side of the apartment complex. Maybe some young, handsome dude moves in on the other side, and somehow him and the wife somehow meet each other by accident or what have you. The next thing she's sneaking out the apartment, going across the complex, messing around with this other dude. If anybody ever worked security before and you had to work in an apartment building or in a apartment complex, you would know what I'm talking about. I worked security years ago, where, we were sent to these apartment complexes, and you saw that stuff going on all the time. People, sometimes it would be both people are married or both, you know what I mean, or in relationships, and you will see them sneaking out, and you'll be sitting back shaking your head going, man, like, what in the world are you doing? That's going to turn out real bad if your husband or your wife finds out about it. Read verse 21 and 22.
And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shall thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord.
All right, now that doesn't really have anything to do with adultery, but people have kids, and You see a lot of people murdering their kids and all kinds of crazy stuff today. Um, Abortion, all of that. Well, I guess you can put that under that because there are a lot of women that are getting pregnant. And that's a big topic right now in the news with this Roe versus Wade decision that's supposed to be coming down. And you got the people out there protesting about they want their right to abortion. People don't seem to understand that this is a Jedi mind trick. Make you believe they're going to take it away just so they could get the people out there protesting and showing the desire that no, we want this, we need it. And then they're going to turn around and be like, okay, you can have it. And who's going to be the ones running out there, running to the clinic, getting the abortions? The mainly our people, like it has been. The majority of the Israelites, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, aborting millions of children every year through abortion. All right. So go to verse 22.
Verse 22. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination.
So that's that homosexuality. The Most High is 100% against it. Thou shalt not lie with mankind, meaning with a man, as with womankind, as the same way you do with the woman. People try and play games with the wording. So that's not talking about homosexuality. It's like, come on, man, stop playing games. He says it is abomination. And we know that the Most High hated all abomination. He hates abomination. Hold on. Go to Sirach 15:13.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 15 and verse 13. The Lord hated all abomination, and they that fear God love it not.
So God hates all abomination. And going back to Leviticus 18:22, it says, thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. God is telling you that he hates homosexuality. So where are these Christians trying to teach people that homosexuality is okay? It's crazy. Even in the New Testament, in Romans 1, what does it go to? Romans 1 and 23, I think it starts.
The book of Romans, chapter 1 and verse 23. And change the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds, and four-footed beasts, and creeping things. Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness thoughts, the lust of
Through
their own heart.
uncleanness through.
Wherefore God also gave them up to uncleanness through the lust of their own hearts, to dishonor their own bodies between themselves, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshiped and served the creature more than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. For even the women did change the natural use into that which is against nature. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burning their own lust one towards another, men with men, working that which is unseemly, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their own errors, which was met.
Which was meat, which means which was good. Whatever the recompense or the payback of the error that they committed, the crime they committed against the Most High by laying down one with another, whatever that payback is going to be good. Whether it's them catching HIV or some other kind of disease or what have you. All right, so the Most High is definitely not with that homosexual spirit. Going back to Leviticus 18. And let's go to 23.
Leviticus chapter 18 and verse 23. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith, neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion.
So that's what they call bestiality today. Is people, you know what I mean, that want to mess around with animals. So it's saying, neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith, neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. That's utter confusion. That's just straight up crazy. Anybody willing to, just lay down with an animal like that, there's something wrong with you. Go to verse 24.
Defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you.
Read on.
And the land is defiled thereof. I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomited out her inhabitants.
He says, therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomited out her inhabitants. This goes back to Commandment 5. Honor thy father and thy mother. So that I don't want to mess it up. Go to Exodus 20 real quick. That what, Exodus 20 and 12, I think. I don't want to mess it up. I'm so bad at quoting scriptures. Yeah, Exodus 20 and 12.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 12. Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
So our dwelling in the land was contingent upon us keeping the commandments and not defiling the land. And one of the main ways that the land had gotten defiled by the other inhabitants that were there before us, meaning these Hamites, was all these sexual sins that they were committing that we learned from them. And he put these laws in the books to tell us that no, we better not do what these other nations did. He says, going back to Leviticus 18 and 23, neither shalt thou, 24, defile not ye yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. Us allowing our people to commit these sexual sins, these sexual abominations, it defiles us as a nation of people. That's why he says, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. It defiles the entire nation, and the land is defiled. Therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it, and the land itself vomiteth out her inhabitants. The her, which is going to be vomiting out us, is our mother, which is Jerusalem. And that's exactly what happened. The land vomited us up, it vomited us out. We got kicked out of the land because of our own doing, because we broke the commandments. And even today, somebody tries to teach you the true meaning of the commandments, and people don't want to hear it. Right. They love hearing about the high holy days. They love hearing about Passover and lamb and sitting down and getting dressed up and, all the cool stuff that goes on with the high holy days, with the music, the dancing, the lights, the action, you know what I mean? All of that stuff. But when it comes to actually sitting down and really learning and applying the commandments, nobody around. Nobody wants to hear it. Go ahead and read verse 26.
26. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nations, nor any stranger that sojourned among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. That the land spew not you out also when ye defile it, as it is supposed
And it's food.
spewed out the nations that were before you.
So it says that the land spew not you out also when ye defiled it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. Go ahead and read.
For whosoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the soul that committed them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep mine ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am the Lord your God.
And notice what he calls them. He calls them abominable customs. That's why we've got to come up out of America, not flee America like some people, the flee doctrine some people teach. We've got to separate ourselves from the customs, just like we're told in Jeremiah 10. That's not celebrating Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Easter, Valentine's Day. Those aren't the only customs that we got to separate ourselves from. We've got to separate ourselves from all of these sexual, abominable customs that we've learned in America also. Because America is what? America is spiritual Egypt, spiritual Sodom, and it's spiritual Babylon, all mixed together. The land of confusion. And we're being warned not to commit these same acts. But the thing is, will Israel listen? So let's go over some more of these laws that are put on the books that fall under the umbrella of adultery. Let's go to Leviticus 19 and 20.
Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 20. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid betrothed to a husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall not be put to death, because she was not free.
So he's telling us, and whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband and not at all redeemed. So this woman, she's living in the house with her husband. They are the bondmaid and bondmen of a certain owner. He knows she's betrothed to this husband. She has not been redeemed. Nobody's come and paid her freedom. And she lays down with her master. It says, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. So, in other words, if she was free, her and the master both would have been put to death. But because she's not free, she's getting punished. She's getting scourged. Nothing's happening to the master. All right, let's go to Leviticus 19:29.
Leviticus chapter 19, verse 29. Do not prostitute thy daughters to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become it full of wickedness.
And this is what I was trying to quote earlier. Leviticus 19:29. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore. You see this happening all throughout the world, where now that they made it to the point to where now these fathers are afraid to stand up in their own household and lay down some rules on how their daughters are supposed to dress. The daughter comes out the room getting ready to go to school wearing a short mini skirt, and the father's like, "Whoa, what you got on? You better get in the room and take that off." And the mother's like, "Leave her alone.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with what she's got on. Get with the times." And then the fathers just go, "Okay," and let the daughter walk on out the door. the man has got to step in and put his foot down. They've got to, because it's ultimately up to you. You're the one that runs the household. The man is the head of the household. But here in America, they've completely changed that. That's why there's so much confusion. That's why there's so many single family households. No man in the house to guide the children in the direction that they should be going. No man there to tell the daughter, you know what? No, you're not wearing that. Go back in the, no, you're not going to that party tonight. No, you're not staying out until 12, 1 o'clock tonight. No, you may not stay the night at your friend's house. Because that's where you're seeing, some of these young girls are disappearing and getting killed and murdered. Why? Because they're doing stuff like sneaking out of the house, going to the party when their parents told them not to, all kinds of stuff. But in a lot of cases, it's these parents that are prostituting their daughters.
Mhm.
What was I just reading? That it was another story about a hold on. Let me actually, I gotta get this. Hold up. I have to get this story because I couldn't believe it when I read it. How do I put it in there? Oh, I think I found it. Hold on. This dude looked like a straight demon too, and
Right.
of course had to be one of our people. All right, here we go. Yeah, this was heartbreaking reading this, but again, comes down to some of these desperate women that want to bring these demonic, wicked men into their lives and bring them around their kids. And this is the outcome. Let me share. Can you see it?
There it is.
All right. Yeah, it just popped up the other day. It says Texas teen FaceTime mother saying mom's boyfriend was acting weird. Now man is accused of killing her. Says Lauren Juma's dream was to enter the military and become a police officer after graduating from high school, according to her family, who is grieving the loss of the promising young woman. Let me see if anybody can figure out the problem as I scroll. You see the problem already, right? Now, there were other news articles where they were showing her, dressed up in or videos of her, cheerleading and dressed up in her cheerleading uniform and all kinds of stuff like this. So let me read the story, then I'll comment on it. It says a Texas man is being held on $2 million bond after allegedly shooting and killing his girlfriend's 16-year-old daughter, say authorities. Van Henry Brisbane, 60, of Humble, was arrested and charged with murder in connection with the death of high school student Lauren Juma of Humble, Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez said in a statement. Early Friday morning, just after 1 a.m., a young woman called 911 and said her mother's boyfriend was holding her 16-year-old sister captive at gunpoint inside their home, Gonzalez said in the statement. This is the bad part about it. Lauren's mother was out of town for work when the teen reached out to her, begging her to save her. My baby called me, FaceTimed me, and she said, Mom, help me. Her mother, Lori Young, told KHOU 11 News. That's the last time I heard her. Lauren also called her sister, according to the outlet. She just wanted to get away. That's all she wanted, Lauren's sister, Karika Harmon, told KHOU 11. She just said he was being really weird and wanted me to pick her up. So, mom leaves out of town for her job and leaves her 16-year-old daughter at home alone with this demon.
Mm.
Look at it. How dumb could the mother be that she couldn't see that as her daughter was, saw the picture that they just showed and how the daughter was dressing and taking selfies and everything. She's walking around the house like this, allowing her to dress like that, prostituting her out. And you bring a demon like this into your house, and he's sitting there looking at the little girl with that lust in his eyes, and he was just waiting for the opportunity to have her. And then the mother was gone, and the devil just jumped on him to where he couldn't control himself. He just had to have her. He didn't care what he had to do. He didn't care if he went to jail. He didn't care if he ended up in prison. He didn't even care if the police showed up and shot and killed him. It says deputies who arrived on the scene heard gunshots as they approached the front door, Gonzalez said. Brisbane exited the front door, was taken into custody, but was not cooperative with investigators, he said. Inside, they found Lauren dead from gunshot wounds, he said. Lauren and Brisbane were the only two people inside the residence at the time of the murder, Gonzalez said. A motive for murder is unknown at this time, he added. But in Brisbane's first appearance in court Monday morning, the judge and others heard disturbing details of the Nimitz High School cheerleaders' last moments, ABC 13 reports. Investigators asked for a sexual assault test to be performed on Lauren, ABC 13 and WHOU 11 report. Based on evidence found at the scene, investigators believe she was raped before she was killed, ABC 13 reports. Deputies found Lauren with her pants down to her knees and with multiple gunshot wounds, according to court records. Click to Houston reports. Brisbane's pants were also down when deputies arrested him, according to court records. So this demon didn't care. Didn't care she called her mama on the phone. Didn't care she was calling her sister on the phone. He was go have her no matter what. Mom is out of town. This is my chance. This is my opportunity. I can't take it no more. That spirit of lust, that demonic spirit just jumped on him, and he took that little girl. And not only did he take her sexually, he murdered her. It says on Monday, the judge raised Brisbane's bond to $2 million, decreasing it from the $1 million bond a probable cause court judge set for him over the weekend after his arrest, ABC 13 reports. It is unclear whether Brisbane has retained an attorney who can speak on his behalf. As police continue to investigate, Lauren's family and friends are mourning the loss of the upbeat teen. My daughter was a very wonderful, loving, caring person, the girl's father, Sajad Juma, said, Fox 26 reports. She loved everybody, and everybody loved her. I believe, is that a cheer competition that she was in? Oh, okay, I thought it was going to be a news story. I guess they have one of her cheer competitions that she was in. It says Lauren's mother had been in a relationship with Brisbane for 5 years, meaning that she moved this man in around her daughter when her daughter was around the age of 11. 5 years later, here she is at the age of 16. He's watching this girl grow up, watching her develop, and that demon just jumped on him to where he was just sitting back in the wings, just waiting for the opportunity in order to try and do what he did. He treated Lauren like she was his baby, Young said. I don't understand. He can rot in jail. He had no reason to take my baby's life. Well, Mom, unfortunately, if she had done a better job of looking into this man's background, really paying attention to what was going on around the house, watching him to see if, is he looking at her in strange ways, is, you know what I mean? Just the interaction between them. She should have been able to pick up on, there's something weird, he's attracted to my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
But she let her guard down, brought this demon into her life, and it's her fault because she allowed her daughter to walk around the house dressed. And I'm sure she would leave and come home in her cheerleading uniforms. Looking at the picture that she posted, I'm sure she was dressing very provocative when she was walking out the door to go to school and everything like this. And this not being this man's daughter, his excuse was, hey, she ain't my daughter, so I have no place to tell her how to dress. But in reality, he was just sitting there, just checking it out, just lusting after it. Whereas if her father had been in the home, dad should have been there to be able to say, no, you're not walking out the door dressed like this. But unfortunately, in a lot of these situations, these mothers leave the fathers, or the fathers have left the mother. The father is not in the picture. The mother meets some new man, brings him into the picture, and in a lot of these cases, these women are not doing the proper job of really getting to know these men before they let them meet their kids. I'm serious. You're seeing a lot of stories on some of these shows, uh, YouTube, whatever, some of these Steve Wilkos and all these different types of shows and all that stuff, where a lot of these women meet these dudes, and within a month or two, they're allowing this man to come meet their kids and stuff like that, going out on dates, bringing them in the house, letting them stay the night. Next thing you know, within a couple of months or so, the dude's moving into the apartment or moving into the house. And then when something like this happens, they're acting shocked. Like, I don't understand. He treated her like she was his own child.
Hmm.
It's crazy. But Leviticus 19:29, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. Also brings to the story of, again, of the 13-year-old girl in Florida, the little Edomite girl who had snuck out of her house in the middle of the night. What was it? What was the holiday that was coming up? I want to say, was it Mother's Day? But Mother's Day is tomorrow, right?
Right.
So what was it? I
Hmm.
can't remember what it was. It was the next day was going to be some holiday or something like that. The girl snuck out the house and went to a party or went to go to this dude's house, and that's where that uh, 14-year-old boy walked her home. And instead of walking her home, he walked her out into the, looks like the Everglades or something like that, with a little pond or whatever they had in their neighborhood, stabbed her up 114 times and turned around and walked home. Why is that? Because the parents were prostituting their daughter, allowing people don't understand. You have got to be real careful about allowing your kids to join some of these gymnastic schools. Actually, the majority of these gymnastic schools, these cheerleading teams, especially the ones that are outside of the high school, these cheerleading competition teams, these privately owned cheerleading squads and stuff like that, because you have a lot of pedophiles in the midst, even among the martial arts community. You have a lot of that stuff going on. Um, Let me see if I could find this one. This dude, give me a second. Now, anybody that was ever in the martial arts community, they know this guy. Everybody's known of him or heard of him. He was one of the most successful school owners um, in the U.S. So that, you know, a lot of people, you know, they wanted their schools to be as successful as this dude. But what happened? Um, he wasn't going after young girls. He was going after adult men in his school, and got busted. Let me go back. Let me share. And that's one of the things that I always wanted to make sure to warn people about some of these gymnastic schools. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. So, man, stop popping up over here. It says millionaire martial arts trainer 55 commits suicide after being accused of molesting teenage boys. Steve Laval, 55, hanged himself at his home in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Married father, where police were preparing to charge him. String of successful martial arts schools in New York and Florida. Anybody that went to, you know, the martial arts super show in Las Vegas, that, you know, did any kind of went to any of the martial arts school business seminars, everybody knew Dave Kovar and everybody knew Steve Laval. Those two, they're two of the most successful school owners in the country. And turns out this dude was trying to mess around with little boys. It says a martial arts expert who ran several training schools hanged himself as police were on the verge of bringing sexual molestation charges against him. Steve Laval, 55, killed himself at his home in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on Monday. Police had been about to charge Laval with simple battery after he allegedly improperly touched the man during a massage in May last year. The trainer was being investigated by Florida police after they had received reports from upstate New York, where Laval had 8 sports centers, which accused him of molesting 2 teenage boys. The statute of limitations had expired on the allegations in the Syracuse area, but authorities in Florida said Laval was aware that fresh charges were pending. Laval owned 5 USA Black Belt champion schools across Florida and Fort Lauderdale, North Palm Beach, Boca Raton, Coconut Creek, and Lighthouse Point. He had studied martial arts for 35 years and earned a 7th degree black belt. According to the Orlando Sentinel, a man who attended Laval school said he had been inappropriately touched by the trainer after he offered to show off new massage techniques. It was crazy. According the cases filed in New York State, a man accused Laval of molesting him when he was 13 or 14 years old. The allegations stemmed from 1993, but were reported until this January, meaning no charges could be brought after the 10-year statute of limitations had ran out. It says all investigations have been closed following Laval's suicide. His attorney made no comment. Another owner of a martial arts school, Kim Lean, told the Sentinel that Laval was one of the top guys business-wise, but many in the sports community had been aware of the allegations levied against him. Laval, who had been named Man of the Year 5 times by the International Martial Arts Association, leaves a wife and a young son. He ran a string of successful businesses and led seminars and acted as a consultant on how to make money from martial arts. According to worldwidedojo.com, he based his training philosophy on Bruce Lee blending different styles of martial arts together. So you got to be real careful. Hold on, give me a second, because this stuff, there are some that have been in the news recently. I don't want to take too much time to look. I'll just click on some of these that are here. People don't understand this stuff is very common around a lot of these different sports like gymnastics, martial arts, cheer teams, where you get some of these pedophiles, some of these, and the majority of them are Edomites, but there's some that, you know, you find some Israelites, Black, Hispanic, Native Americans that are doing the same stuff. So let me share again. So it says Dallas gymnastics coach and owner arrested for sexual abuse of a child. A 69-year-old gymnastics coach was arrested Friday for sexual abuse to a child. Dallas police arrested the owner of Elite Gymnastics, Edward Larove, 69, Friday with the help of CACU. Larove is accused of continuous sexual abuse to a young girl, which is a first-degree felony. Officers believe there may be more victims. This investigation is ongoing. If you are a victim or know of any victims, contact the Dallas PD Crimes Against the Children Unit. Um, this makes me think also too. This goes all the way up to the Olympic level of competition, where what is her name, Simone Biles, and all these gymnasts that had to go and have that doctor arrested. This was just after the last Olympics. I can't even remember his name, but for years they were taking these young gymnastics, these young girls, these gymnasts, to this doctor for him to work on them. And the dude had been molesting these young girls for years and years and years. But because of the status of this man, because of the status of the gymnastics school that they were going to, because everyone knew that going to this particular school, you had a high probability of making the gymnastics team. So you didn't want to upset the coaches. You didn't want to upset the doctor. So what were these parents doing? These parents were prostituting their daughters and putting them in a position to where they were being molested by this dude because they wanted their kids to make it on this gymnastics team or make the Olympics so bad that they were willing to put their daughters into harm's way. And now look at the psychological damage that this dude has done to all of these young girls. And all of this falls under adultery. Leviticus 19 and 29, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore. Because that's what cheerleaders, when you go back and you look at the history of cheerleaders, boxing ring girls, and all of that, the main purpose of them was to bring men to the seats of these venues. The men are coming to see the women. They're coming to the football games because they want to see the cheerleaders on the sidelines. Take the cheerleaders off the sidelines and watch the number of people going to the attendance at these games just drop. That's the whole purpose of it, to have these ladies out there half dressed, dancing provocatively to entice the men, put some beers in their hands, sell alcohol at the venues, have the ring girls walk around with the signs in their hands, half dressed, and it's all lust of the flesh. It's all to entice the men to attend the venues and spend their money. And when are they being taught this? Younger and younger and younger. And you have now cheerleading squads that's got like 5 year olds on them. 5, 6, 7, 8 year old little girls walking around in short little mini skirts with makeup on. And you've got the mothers and fathers cheering in the crowds, proud that they're allowing their daughters to parade themselves around like this. And then they wonder why, by the time the daughters are in high school, they're already very promiscuous because they're sending them out to cheerleader camp or gymnastics camp and everything like this with no supervision. It's crazy. So it says, do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of wickedness. That's what we've allowed to happen in Israel. And here it is, the year 2022, and we still have the same things going on in the midst of Israel. A lot of these single mothers, single parent households, mothers allowing the daughters to just dress any way they want, allowing them to have boyfriends, not teaching them about marriage, not teaching them about being responsible. Even the men, the boys are not being taught how to be responsible young men, how to treat the young girls with respect. And then we wonder why so much of this stuff is going on in the midst of our communities. Little girls getting pregnant at young ages and having abortions at young ages. The young men, by the time they're 30 years old, having 10, 15 kids. It all comes down to our people not wanting to admit the truth, take a self examination, and change. All right. So we're going to go on with this. Let's go to Leviticus 20 and 10, because not only do we have to teach the people the commandments, that yes, there are commandments and laws against this stuff, but there are also punishments for this sexual immorality. So
Right.
that's what we're going to read about. Now we're going to read about some of the punishments for some of these sexual acts or for this sexual immorality. Go ahead and read when you got it.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 20 and verse 10. And the man that committed adultery with another man's wife, even he that committed the adultery with his neighbor's boar's wife, I'm sorry, with his neighbor's wife, the adulterer and the adulterer shall surely be put to death.
So he's let us know, and the man that committeth adultery with another man's wife, even he that committeth adultery with his neighbor's wife. So you're messing around with another Israelite man's wife. The penalty was death. It says the adulterer and the adulteress shall surely be put to death. Go ahead and read.
And the man that lieth with his father's wife hath uncovered his father's nakedness. Both of them shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them.
So we read about that earlier when we went over Leviticus 18, that that's not supposed to happen. So the penalty for that was death. Let's go ahead and read.
And if a man lie with his daughter-in-law, both of them shall surely be put to death. They have wrought confusion, their blood shall be upon them.
So same thing. The man that's what? Lying with his daughter-in-law. So he's taking his son's wife and laying down with her. What was the penalty? The penalty was death. Go ahead and read.
If a man also lie with mankind as he lieth with woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them.
So it didn't matter which one it was. Both men that are in the act of homosexuality, the penalty was death. Go ahead and read.
And if a man take a wife and her mother, if it is wickedness, they shall be burned with fire, both he and they, that there be no wickedness among you.
Now that's heavy right there. He says, if a man take a wife and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall be burnt with fire, both he and they. So all three of them get burnt. That there be no wickedness among you. That's a heavy penalty right there. Getting burned alive. Go ahead and read.
And if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast.
So the beast has to die and the man has to die. Go ahead and read.
And if a woman approach unto any beast and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast. There they shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them.
So same thing again. The woman messing around with the beast, animal, whatever kind of animal it may be. The woman had to die and the beast had to die. Go ahead and read.
And if a man shall take his sister, his father's daughter, or his mother's daughter, and see her nakedness, and she see his nakedness, it is a wicked thing. And they shall be cut off in the sight of their people. He hath uncovered his sister's nakedness, he shall bear his iniquity.
So the same thing again, messing with the stepsister or half sister or brother. What was the penalty? They should be cut off from the sight of their people. In other words, they have to die. Go ahead and read on.
And if a man shall lie with a woman having her sickness, and shall uncover her nakedness, he had discovered her fountain, and she had uncovered the fountains of her blood, and both of them shall be cut off from among their people.
Cut off from among your people means death. It's the same penalty for all of these crimes right here, these sins. So a woman that's on her menstrual cycle, the man lays down with her. That was the penalty. All right, let's go on. Verse 19.
And thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, nor of thy father's sister, for the uncovering
For he
uncovereth his for he uncovereth his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity.
So he says, and thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, which is your aunt, nor of thy father's sister, which is your aunt. We read this earlier, Leviticus 18, but it's telling the penalty for it. For he uncovereth his near kin, they shall bear their iniquity. In other words, that penalty is death, just like all the other ones. Go ahead and read.
And if a man shall lie with his uncle's wife, he had uncovered his uncle's nakedness. They shall bear their sin, they shall die childless.
So this is a heavy penalty right here, that somebody's messing with their uncle's wife. He says, you know what? I'm not going to kill you with this. I'm just going to make sure you never have children. Go ahead and read verse 21.
And if a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. He had uncovered his brother's nakedness, they shall be childless.
So the same penalty again. You're messing around with your sister-in-law, uncovering your brother's nakedness. So the Most High is like, you know what? I'm not going to kill you for this one. You are going to die childless. All right. Um, let's go to the book of Numbers, chapter 5 and verse 11. And you're going to read through verse 31. This is what the scriptures call the law of jealousies. When a man suspects that his wife may have cheated on him, there was a certain test that was given to the woman to see whether or not it was in fact true or not. All right. So you're going to read from 11 through 31.
The book of Numbers, chapter 5 and verse 11. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, If any man's wife go aside and commit a trespass against him, and a man lie with her carnally, and it be hid from the eyes of her husband, and be kept closed, and she be defiled, and there be no witnesses against her, neither she be taken with the manner, And the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be defiled. Or if the spirit of jealousy come upon him, and he be jealous of his wife, and she be not defiled, then shall the man bring his wife unto the priest, and he shall bring her offering for her, the tenth part of an ephah of a barley meal. He shall pour no oil upon it, nor put frankincense thereon, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earth vessel, and of the dust that is in the floor of the tabernacle, the priest shall take and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water that causeth the curse. And the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say unto her, Woman, if no man have lied with thee, and if thou hast not gone aside to uncleanness with another instead of thy husband, be thou free from this bitter water that causeth the curse. But if thou hast gone aside to another instead of thy husband, and if thou be defiled, and some man have laid with thee besides thine husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing. And the priest shall say unto the woman, The Lord make thee a curse and an oath among thy people, when the Lord doth make thy thing to rot, and
Like,
the Lord make thy thigh to rot and thy belly to swell. And this water that causes the curse shall go into thy bowels to make thy belly to swell and thy thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a book, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that causes the curse, and the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before the Lord, and offer it up upon the altar. And the priest shall take an handful of the offering, even the memorial thereof, and burn it upon the altar, and afterward shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he had made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass that if she be defiled and have done trespass against her husband, that the water that causeth the curse shall enter into her and become bitter in her belly, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be cursed among her people. And if the woman be not defiled, but be clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive seed. This is the law of jealousy when a wife goeth aside to another instead of her husband and is defiled, or when the spirit of jealousy cometh upon him, and he be jealous over his wife, and shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall execute upon her all this law. Then shall the man be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall bear her iniquity.
okay, so now in today's modern times, you don't have to go to that extent to find out whether or not, you know, the woman has cheated. Nowadays, you got other means. Um, Private investigators, do your own private investigating. If the woman suddenly um, comes up pregnant, you know what I mean? You have DNA testing, pregnancy tests, all of that stuff at the disposal nowadays in order to find out whether or not she was cheating or not. And in a lot of the cases, the first thing the lady will do is deny it, deny it, deny it. But I feel bad for a lot of these guys because you see some of these videos that pop up and you're like, what? Give me a second. Hold on. Find one of these. It's crazy. It's like the first one that popped up. Give me a second. Let me share the screen. Yeah, it was the first one that popped up. Is when you see some of these videos like this pop up and you're like, what is this? And
I'm going to go against the grain here and
you
make a
see
bold statement.
what some of these
Spending
guys got to
time and
go
money
through.
on marriage counseling is
Just
not
makes
only a
you
waste
real
of time
happy
and
to
money.
be married in today's times, man.
Mhm.
What are you doing?
I'm recording you.
I
Oh.
see that. Did you put her to sleep?
Yeah, I did.
You did good. She had such a great birthday.
She did.
You're such a great dad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not done passing out gifts either.
A gift for me? Vernon, you got to do that. It's on my birthday.
Such a great mom.
Oh, thank you.
I
Oh,
had to.
it's heavy. Oh, I'm excited.
You're gonna love it.
What is it?
Open it up.
Oh my God, you are such an amazing man, I tell you.
Open it up.
Is it Valentine's Day all over again? Oh my God. Ooh, it's that kind of night, ain't it? My favorite wine?
You're gonna love it. It goes with the gift.
Ooh, Pinot Noir. Mwah. I can't wait to sip on this. Thank you, baby. Oh, here we go, here we go. I'm excited. It better be the necklace I want. You know I've been wanting that for a long time. Another bag. You're so tricky, I tell you. Hey, really? Another bag? I can't wait to hear your foolishness. Oh my God. You are one silly man, I tell you.
Open it up.
Oh my God, what is this? Oh man. Duct tape, really?
They ran out.
You're such an amazing
They ran
rapper.
out. Sorry.
An envelope? What could this be? What could this be? It's not shaking. It's not my necklace, I don't think. Let's open this out. Ooh, that's kind of thick, okay? Hold on, maybe. Maybe. Hey, this better be a ticket to Dubai for 2 weeks straight, round trip. Because you know I've been wanting to go to Dubai.
Open it up. Here, read it.
What is this?
You know what it is?
Mhm.
I just want you to know that I know. Nevaeh is not mine. She's not my daughter.
Why did you do this tonight out of all night? Why?
Because I wanted you to know that I know. Nevaeh is not mine. I've had doubts.
What
So we got a
doubts?
DNA test. Nevaeh is not mine. She's not my daughter.
Why would you do this? She loves you though. Why would you do this?
She's not my daughter. Why would you do this? Why would you cheat?
I didn't cheat.
Why would you cheat on me?
I didn't.
That's proof right there. DNA test. Nevaeh is not my daughter.
Oh, babe, really? Out of all days, you had 3 years to give this to me. Now you want to give this to me?
All right, listen. You and Nevaeh got to the end of the month to get out of my house.
You're kidding, right?
I'm not kidding.
But
You
that's your
and
daughter.
your daughter had to the end of the month to get out of my house.
But that's
Kelly.
your daughter.
It's not my daughter, Kelly.
Yes, it is.
Paperwork says it's not my daughter.
Why would you do this?
I am not the father.
No. Stop, babe. Can we just talk? Get the camera on my face. Can we just talk? Get it on my face.
So he had the mixture of the spirit of jealousies. He could have found out, but you don't have to do that anymore. He's lucky he went and got that DNA test at the time he did. You know, the daughter, I guess it was her third birthday or whatever, and he had been having doubts and came out that his doubts were absolutely correct. But you see this stuff happening. I mean, just hundreds of videos on there where a lot of these guys have been tricked into believing that the kid is theirs. And next thing they know, somehow something makes them go and get the DNA test, and it turns out that it's not their kid. Um, but that's a situation, modern day times, of what we were just reading about in Numbers 5. That spirit of jealousy comes on the man. He starts having doubts like, wait a minute, man, whatever it may be, the timing's not adding up. She says she got pregnant at this time, but we didn't do anything at this time, and then the baby came at this time. So some of these men, they start adding stuff up, and the next thing they realize, they're going, you know what, I think I better go and have this checked out. I better do some more investigating, in which he smartly did. um, and I like the way he did it. I like the way, especially when he said, you know what, you and Nevaeh got 30 days to get out my house. You know what I mean? A lot of dudes wouldn't have had the courage to do that, because they would have started thinking, you know what, I don't want to do that to the little girl. I don't want to. It's like, no. You know what I mean? It's like, I feel bad for the little girl, but especially after being tricked into it like that, I wouldn't be sitting around there, like that. Um, if she had said it from the beginning, hey, you know what? I messed up, I'm pregnant, whatever the case is, then that would be a different situation. Like, okay, well, thanks for letting me know. Let me think about it and give the man the choice. You know what? I care about you. I care about the girl. The dude's probably a bum. Yeah, I'm not, I'll stick with it. But she didn't even give him that choice. She just tricked him. And she knew, you could tell by her reaction, she knew the whole time that she wasn't his. From, the moment he's like, but why did you have to do this now? Why didn't you do this 3 years ago? She knew already. But there's a lot of videos like that. And it's heartbreaking, because you see this just so common nowadays. And why is it? Because the commandments and the laws that we're going through right now are not being taught. People don't know them. They have no idea a lot of these commandments and laws are even in the Bible. They have no clue. All right. Um, let's go to Deuteronomy 22 and 13. You're going to read through verse 30.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 22 and verse 13. If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her and give occasion of speech against her and bring up an evil name upon her and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
So,
Then
in other words, he married this woman. The family, the father, and everyone has taken the time, um, let them get together. They got married and everything like that. They went into the marriage chamber. And now all of a sudden he's like, you know what? She wasn't no virgin. This is that situation. Go ahead and read.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the token of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate. And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he had given occasion of speech against her, saying, I found her not thy daughter a maid. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city.
So, for people that don't understand, that the custom of our people was that after the betrothal, they would have the wedding, they would have the wedding feast, and then they would go into what was called the wedding chamber, where they would consummate the marriage. And they had the white sheets and everything, because the lady, the girl, she's supposed to be a virgin when they consummate the marriage. And if it's found that she wasn't a virgin, that the man that married her tricked her, it's going to go into all of that. But this is that situation. If there's no blood on the sheets, then everybody would know. Her parents, his parents, he would know, and she already would have known that she wasn't a virgin. But the truth would come out. If she is a virgin, the sheets would have what they call the tokens of virginity, which is the blood. But if she wasn't a virgin, there's nothing on the sheets, then she has violated the commandment. She's committed adultery. She's committed fornication against the man that she was betrothed to. All right. Go ahead and read on.
And the elder of the city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he had brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days.
So it says, and they shall immerse. Hold on, let me go back up. So if it comes out that this dude has lied, he's not telling the truth, that they spread out the tokens of virginity, the blood is on the sheets, they know that this dude has lied. So the penalty for it is that it's saying, and the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. It says, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he had brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. So chastising him, in other words, meaning they're going to beat his behind. They're not going to go easy on this guy. He's going to get messed up. All right. And then he has to marry. He has to stay married to her, and he can never put her away, especially now that he tried to put an evil name, put a stain on her name, trying to claim that she wasn't a virgin. You know what I mean? And that happens. The guy just, we saw that in the scriptures. Was that with Tamar? Yeah, I think it was Tamar, that after the dude done raped her, he's going to turn around and not want to have nothing to do with her. So you will have that happen. The guy wants the woman. He, all, I want to marry you, da 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 da. And then all he really, his intentions are, is he just wants to lay down with the woman. And then after they get married, he finally lays down with her. And afterwards, he's like, oh, this is it. Oh man, I'm stuck with her. Now he's like, you know what? No, man, I don't want to stay with her. I just wanted to, lay down with her. Now he's trying to figure out a way to get out of the marriage. So he comes up with the lie. Well, she wasn't a virgin. So in that situation, he has to pay, money to the father. He's going to get beat down, and he has to stay with her. On the other hand, we're going to read about that if it comes out to be true what he said, what happens to the daughter. So go ahead and read.
But if this thing be true, and the token of virginity be not found for the damsel, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house, and the men of the city shall stone her with stones that she die, because she had wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. So shalt thou put evil away from among you.
So if it comes out that it's true, the penalty for her was that she's going to get stoned by the elders, by the men in the city, until she died. Penalty was death. All right. Let me see. Let's drop down to, wait a minute. Oh yeah, keep reading. Go all the way to 30. Go all the way to verse 30.
It says, if a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
So it says, if a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die. Both the man that lay with the woman and the woman, so shalt thou put away evil from Israel. This is one of the precepts that they try and use to say that the only way you could commit adultery is if the woman is married. Like when we read Matthew 5 and 27, that just looking upon the woman you've already in lust, you've already committed adultery with her in your heart. People are teaching that no, that's not true, because adultery is when a man, lays down with a woman that's married. That's adultery. No, all of this falls under adultery. Every one of these sexual sins that we're bringing out through the scriptures is considered adultery. It falls under the umbrella of adultery. All right. We're at verse 23.
Mm-hmm. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a husband, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die. The damsel because she cried not, being in the city, and the man because he had humbled his neighbor's wife, so thou shalt put away evil from among you.
So what's going on here is that he's met this woman. She's betrothed to a husband. She hasn't actually gone through the ceremony and gotten married yet, but she's been promised by his parents and her parents. The agreement has been made that, they're going to be betrothed. They're going to be married. It's already arranged. And another man pops up on the scene, and he decides he's going to lay down with her, and she gives in and she lays down with him. That's why she's being punished, because it's obvious that she didn't resist. It's obvious that he didn't rape her, because the fact that she was in a place, when it says in the city, that means she's in a place where people are around, that she could have screamed out so that somebody could have come and helped her. But because she didn't scream, that's showing that she went along with it, that she was a co-conspirator in the adultery. All right. So it says, and ye shall stone them, meaning the both of them, with stones that they die. The damsel because she cried not, being in the city, and the man because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife. So thou shalt put away evil from among you. So you can see that God calls this evil. But in America, they say it's a good thing. America, in the music and in the movies, TV shows, they make adultery pleasing. They make adultery fun. They make adultery something, that's, cool to do. But God calls it evil. All right, go ahead and read on.
But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die.
So this is rape. No matter how some of these camp leaders try to explain this away, that this is rape. It says, but if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die. So this woman is betrothed. Again, the same situation. She's been promised to a man, his family. They've come together. They made the agreements. They're going to get married. She's promised to this particular man. Okay. This man comes along. They're not in a place to where she can cry out. She's in the field. She's somewhere that's desolate, that's far off, that if he grabs her and pulls her, and rapes her, nobody can come to her aid. So it says, but if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her means rape. She doesn't want to do it. She's saying, no, stop. I'm engaged. I'm betrothed. I don't like you. I don't want you. I don't want to. I don't know. Whatever the case is, she's crying out no, but he forces her anyway. And lie with her, the man only that lay with her shall die. So she's innocent. She didn't do anything wrong. But the penalty for him is death. All right. So there's a whole lot of rapists and things like that that are in the corrections facilities all across America that if we were back in this time, they would have been dead by now. But because of America's judicial system, also now that we're under Christ, there's a place for repentance. All right. So let's go to verse 26.
But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
So it's saying it's the same thing, the same situation. All right. Let's go ahead and go. Verse
For
20.
he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her.
So she was out there in the middle of nowhere. There was nobody nearby that would hear her cries for help. All right, let's go on to verse 28.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he had humbled her. He may not put her away all his days.
So this is going back to um, what we read earlier with Exodus 16. It says, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, so she's never been with a man, she's not betrothed to anybody, she's a completely single woman, and lay hold on her and lie with her, and they be found. It's this wording right here that says lay hold on her, that you have some of these Israelites walking around today talking about that it's okay to rape a woman. Lay hold on someone doesn't necessarily mean physically grasping and grabbing. Just like there are some people, I'm trying to
Right.
be careful
Right.
how to put it. There are some people when it comes to like Commandment 2 and dealing with idols, and it says, thou shalt not bow thyself down to them. They think carnal, they think physical, getting down on your knees and bowing. It's not just physically bowing. There's a way of spiritually bowing to these idols. It's the same thing here with this situation. To lay hold on someone doesn't necessarily mean that you got to take hold of them. You could take hold of somebody through speech, through enticement. A man's got good, he's got the gift of gab. He knows how to spit game, as they put it. He knows how to walk up to the woman, say the right things to her, to entice her to go with him and lay down with him. That's a way of laying hold.
Mm-hmm.
But again, that goes to show the mind state of some of the men that we call leaders in Israel, that these men's minds are so corrupt, so full of wickedness and evil, so full of deceit, so full of hatred, that they literally believe that this is saying that you could lay hold on a woman and rape her. As long as she's never been with a man before, as long as she's not betrothed to somebody, you can take it. You're out of your mind.
Mhm.
You are out of your mind to even be planting that in the minds of our men when we have enough of this stuff going on already in the world before people find out they're Israel. And then you come into the Israelite community, you find out you're Israelite, and you come in and join a camp, and you're hearing about, like, oh, we can rape. And then they wonder why there's so much adultery going on in the midst of Israel. It just comes down to people, and I don't even want to say it's a lack of common sense. It's just really a lack of morality when you really put it into perspective. A lot of the times these are, men that were immoral, highly immoral before they came into the truth. And then they came into the truth, read the precept, misunderstood it, because that's what they had in their heart already. You must have already been a rapist before you came into Israel. And you think this is giving you a license to continue being a rapist. Talking about, oh, we gonna be getting them in the kingdom. Well, we gonna be raping they women. Now you got men standing out in the corners teaching while the other nations, these women are walking by, and you got the nerves to be sitting there talking about, I'm gonna rape that one. You go be my bed wench. I'm taking her. Oh no, I'm taking that one gonna be mine. And then wonder why people are looking at the Israelites as if we're just a bunch of lunatics.
Right.
We need to get some of these lunatics out of the midst of Israel. And I'm being serious with that. Some of these dudes are out of their minds. They do not need to be leading Israel. And I don't care how, their feelings getting hurt about it, getting butt hurt. If I'm not talking about any particular person or group, I'm just talking about period. But if you feel like this fits you and you believe in rape, that's on you. Because we cannot have this stuff going on in the midst of Israel. We are trying to wake our people up so we can get out of here. We're trying to show the world that we are the children of the Most High. And the Most High is not down with his children running around talking about we can rape each other. It's crazy. But let's go ahead and move on. Go ahead and what is it, verse 29?
Then the man, verse 29, then the man that lay with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he had humbled her. He may not put her away all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt.
So we've read that already also in Exodus. So these are, a lot of the laws that fall under the umbrella of adultery, and there's a lot more of them. All right. Let's go to let me see. All the way down to 30. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 2. Hold on. No, it's not chapter 2. It's 22. No, we already been there.
23.
Yeah, 23 and 17. 23 and 17.
The book of Deuteronomy. Okay. Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 17. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any vow. For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
So he's saying there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. We are not supposed to allow whoredom in the midst of our nation whatsoever. Whatsoever. And some of our people are under the impression that only a woman could be a whore. A man could be one too. But they don't talk about that. You have well, the name that they call it in the scriptures is of the man is a whoremonger. So there shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Again, showing that we're not supposed to allow homosexuality in the midst of our people. We're not supposed to be allowing our women to dress like, talk like, act like, and be the WHORE word, to be a whore. I like to be careful with some of these words because there are a lot of the men in Israel that use these words just like they did when they were in the streets, when they were in the world. That, they still want to call our women the HOE word, B's and HOEs, but call themselves the men of the Lord. How are you a man of the Lord if you're walking around with all this wickedness and evil in your heart? All this misogyny in your heart. And then they try and say, oh man, what are you talking about misogyny, man? What you talking about? You just soft. You got these soft brothers in Israel. Has nothing to do with being soft. There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel. And some of these men are still whoring out our women, even though they're walking around talking about their men of the Lord. They're still committing adultery. They're still caught up in all kinds of fornication. Both they and the women got on fringes and borders of blue. Woman's got her head wrapped up, head covered and everything. But you still got brothers stepping to them, spitting game at them, and laying down with them. And there's still a lot of these men in Israel, and some of the women too, that are messing with men and women of the world. Because they know if they mess with somebody in their camp, they're going to have to marry them. So they play the game of I'll keep it outside the camp. So they secretly mess around with men or women, outside the camp, thinking that they won't get caught. But they're still in the midst of adultery. They're still in the midst of fornication, the midst of whoredom. And then the same thing, you got so a lot of these actors, these actresses that, are gloating in the fact that their sons are coming out as being gay or their daughters are coming out being lesbian, and it's being glorified among these are Israelites that are among the elite. And they're glorifying this stuff. Why are they doing it? Because they don't know the Lord. They don't know the commandments. All right. He says, thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God, for any vow. We're not supposed to be doing that. Let's go to Matthew 5:31.
Real quick, thou on 18, thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore. That's hiring a prostitute.
Yeah.
Because some other camps are talking about that's just a business transaction, that it's all right, it doesn't matter.
You know
and teaching
what?
that.
I just saw a video the other day about somebody talking about that.
Right.
It's just a business transaction.
Right.
Like, you talking about, man?
And they're saying that, oh, you can't find anywhere in the scripture that talks about not going out and hiring. And here it is. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore.
But also, too, you got to think of it. Is that woman your wife?
Yeah, they also talked about that. Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, that's not your wife. And you're laying down with her. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, there are some people in Israel that they're not serious about this thing. Everything is a business transaction. They're trying to make money, they're out for filthy lucre, and they want to be able to make the money and still be able to go out and live the life of a rock star and be able to pick up women and sleep with women and live that same lifestyle. Um, you know what I mean? It's sad. It's crazy. It's just
Right.
crazy. But Matthew 5:31.
Let's go. The book of Matthew, chapter 5 and verse 31. It had been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a written of divorce.
Writing.
Yeah, thank you. 32.
Yeah, 32 also.
But I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wives, save for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery, and whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committeth adultery.
So again, it says it had been said, whosoever shall put away his wife, let him give her a writing of divorcement. At one point in time, it was written in the law, because that's what he's talking about, that the man could put away his wife. But again, Christ is coming to expound on this. He said, but I say unto you that whosoever shall put away his wife, saving meaning except for the cause of fornication, causeth her to commit adultery. And whosoever shall marry her that is divorced committed adultery. All right, let's go to Matthew 19 in verse 3 through 9.
The book of Matthew, chapter 19 and verse 3. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, it is lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause.
It actually says, is it lawful for a man?
Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause?
So they're asking him, so is it okay for us to put our wives away for anything? Whatever we find wrong with her, we could put her away. Is that right? Let's see Christ's response. Go ahead and read.
And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore they are no more twain, but one flesh. What therefore God had joined together, let no man put asunder.
So it says, and they twain, meaning they two, will become one. Do you read anywhere in the scriptures where it says, and they three may become one, or they four may become one, or they five may become one, or they six may become one? You don't read that. And you have people that come against this also, twisting it. Go ahead and read on.
Verse 7, they say unto him, why did Moses then commanded to give a written of divorcement, and to put her away? He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committed adultery. and whoso marrieth her which is put away doth commit adultery.
So he's letting them know. He says, they say unto him, why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? They're trying to be slick. All right. He saith unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your hearts, suffered means allowed you to put away your wives. But from the beginning, it was not so. Some people think that this is just talking about being able to divorce your wife. This is talking about divorcement. This is talking about having multiple wives. All of this, all of that falls under this. That Moses put those things in the law because of the, just like today, the hardness of Israel's heart. These men want to be able to go out and have women and pick up on women and have more than one wife. And they go back to the scriptures and say, you see, it says if a man have two wives, it's lawful. It's in the Torah. You know, I can't wait till we do this lesson next
Right.
week on multiple wives. So
Right.
we are definitely going to do the lesson on multiple wives next week to go along with this Commandment 7 lesson, because we're not going to really touch up on that. But is it lawful to put away one's wife for every cause? Let's first go and get the law that it's talking about. Let's go to Deuteronomy 24 and 1 through 4. So this is the law that Christ was talking about, that they were asking him about. That Moses, because of the hardness of the men's hearts, that he put into the law.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 24 and verse 1. When a man hath taken a wife and marry her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eye, because he had found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorce and give it in her hand and send her out of his house. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorce and give it in her hand and send it her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife after that she is defiled, for that is abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
So this is the law. So if a man takes a wife, he married her, at some point he, she doesn't find favor in his eyes, he found some uncleanness in her. It got to the point to where, they were just finding any excuse. You're unclean. I don't want you. You got to go. So Christ had to correct this. He also stressed let me read verse 3. And if the latter husband hate her, and write her a bill of divorcement, and give it her in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house, or if the latter husband die, which took her to be his wife, her former husband which sent her away may not take her again to be his wife. So you're married. You give her the written divorce, send her out. She goes and marries another man. She's married to this dude. Somehow something happened. He gets killed. Whatever the case is, he dies. She wants to come back to her first husband because now she's lonely or whatever. The first husband can't take her back. You can't go say, you know what? I know, you went and got remarried. He's dead now. I'm sorry for putting you away. I shouldn't have never gave you up. I love you. You can't do that. Once she's been with another man, she's defiled. Now you can't take her back. All right. And that's what he says. Her former husband would send her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that, she is defiled. For that is abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. That goes back again to Commandment 5, that we got to keep the commandments. We've got to honor our mother and father in order to stay on the land. All right. Um, Now, so far, if you're only reading some of the accounts in Matthew or Mark or Luke about adultery, you would get the sense that this is only talking about the man only, that the man putting away his wife. But Christ is letting us know that no, it goes both ways. It's the husband and the wife. It doesn't matter.
Mhm.
How do we know this? Let's go to Mark chapter 10. And we'll start at just read 11 and 12 because it's just reiterating the same thing we read in Matthew 19 about putting your wife away for every cause. When you read Mark's account, his answer is just slightly different than what you read in Matthew 19. In Matthew 19, it sounds like it's all about the husband only, that if he puts his wife away, um, he causes her, to be in adultery, but it goes both ways. Go ahead and read.
The book of Mark, chapter 10 and verse 11. And he said unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another, committed adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committed adultery.
So it goes both ways. So I don't know, this whole notion about adultery is only if you're dealing with another man's wife, or a married woman. I mean, that's the only way you could commit adultery, because that's what some of these guys are teaching when it comes to Matthew 5. That when it comes to just looking at a woman and lusting after her, you've committed adultery already with her in your heart. Their argument is that it's the Torah is saying that it's only if she's a married woman, she's got a husband, and you can't be lusting after her. Doesn't make sense. It says, and he saith unto them, whosoever shall put away his wife and marry another, committed adultery against her. And if a woman shall put away her husband and be married to another, she committed adultery. It's not us. That's what it says. It's the woman and the man. Let's go to Luke 16:18. And we're going to expound on this a whole lot more when we go through the lesson about multiple wives.
The book of Luke, chapter 16 and verse 18. Whosoever putteth away his wife and marry another committed adultery. And whosoever marry her that is put away from her husband committed adultery.
So now let's use common sense. So if the Most High is telling us that putting away our wife and marrying someone else is committing adultery, what in the world makes you think that the Most High is telling us, well, you can be married and stay with her and get another wife, but you can't leave her and get another wife? What kind of sense does that make? Think about that. You can't leave her and get another wife, but you can keep her and go get another wife. That makes absolutely no sense. None. But you know what they like to say? You guys just caught up in that American mindset. You got to think like a Hebrew. That's not the Hebrew way of thinking. That's not God's way of thinking. Because when I listen to Christ, when I read what's written in the scriptures, everything he's saying is that he's against adultery, he's against fornication, he's against multiple wives, because as he says, from the beginning it was not so. They twain, meaning they two, shall be one. Not they three, not they four, not they five. But like I said, we're gonna completely expound on all of this when we go through the lesson on multiple wives next week, because we're gonna tie that in. Because since we're going over Commandment 7, this will be a good time to go over that. Because there are people believing that we're gonna have multiple wives in the kingdom, and that's not happening either. Completely twisting scripture to have our people believing that when we get the kingdom, we're going to be having more than one wife, because they don't understand what's going on. We'll get to it next week. I don't want to go too far into it. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 25 and verse 5 through 12. Luke 16, 18?
Mm-hmm.
Deuteronomy 25 and 5 through 12. This is dealing with widowhood in marriage.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 25 and verse 5. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have child, that wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger.
Read that again. Read that again, because it says, and have no child.
Okay. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brothers unto her.
So what this is saying is that, let's say I get married, I have no kids, and I die and leave with no kids, no children, with my wife. Then it's the duty of, if I have a brother, for him to go and marry my wife and produce kids with her, to perform what is called the duty of a husband's brother. That's what it's called. All right. It's a simple concept. Go ahead and read on.
And it shall be that the firstborn which be beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel.
So it's saying that it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead. So whatever that firstborn child is between her and his brother, that child is going to carry on the name of the one that's dead. All right. Go ahead and read on.
And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders, and say, my husband's brother refuses to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother.
And we saw that that very thing happen in the scriptures. All right. Go ahead and read on, though.
Then the elder of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that had his shoe loose. When men strive together one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secrets, then thou shalt cut off her hand, thine eye shall not pity her.
All right. Hold on, this thing froze. All right. So this is a situation where the brother refuses. He's like, you know what? I don't want my brother's wife. I'm not doing that. Then it's not a good thing. Verse 7 says, and if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak unto him. And if he stand to it and say, I like not to take her. So they're like, look, what's the problem? Why don't you want her? I just don't want her. Why not? I just don't want her. I don't want to take her. I don't want to do the duty. It says, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders and loose his shoe from off his foot and spit in his face. So she's allowed to come over, loosen his shoe, spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel the house of him that hath his shoe loosed. All right. So it sounds odd. It sounds weird. But there are a lot of laws that are on the books that just seem odd and weird to us today. All right. Let's go to... I'm sorry, this thing keeps freezing on me. All right, there we go. Let's go to Genesis 38 and verse 6.
The book of Genesis, chapter 38 and verse 6. And it says, and Judah took a...
Hold on, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it just hit me because I always get them mixed up. What was the name of their sister? Dinah. I always get Tamar and I believe Dinah, the sister of the 12 patriarchs.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I always get them mixed. I remember earlier I was talking about how the one the dude raped their sister.
Right.
Yeah, I was saying it was Tamar, but it just hit me that, going to here, I always get Tamar and Dinah mixed up, the sister of the 12 patriarchs. Tamar is the wife of Judah's son. That's what we're going to read about right now. It's the same situation that we just read in Deuteronomy, where a son died. His brother was supposed to go in and perform the duty of a brother. We're going to see how that played out, but I just wanted to correct that because I always get those two mixed up, Tamar and Dinah. There we go. So earlier I said it was Tamar, but it's actually Dinah. But go ahead, though. Go ahead.
Right. Verse 6. And Judah took a wife for his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. And Judah's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord slew him. And Judah said unto Onah, go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his, and it came to pass when he went in unto his brother's wife that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother.
So basically, what's going on is Judah had a son. All right. He married his firstborn son's name was Er. Tamar is the woman that he gave to his son to wife. Okay. Because of Er's wickedness, the Most High killed him. He died. They didn't have any kids. So what's happening is that the next brother, Onan, Judah commanded him to go into his brother's wife to perform the duty of a brother, to raise up seed for heir. But Onan, knowing the commandments, knew that if he produced this kid, that the kid wouldn't be his, that it would be his brother's. So instead of actually, he went through the act. He had no problem doing that, which looking at Israel today, I think there's very few men in Israel today that wouldn't have wanted to go through with the act, but he didn't want to get her pregnant. So instead of impregnating her, he spilled his seed on the ground. All right. Go ahead and read.
And the thing which he did displeased the Lord, wherefore he slew him also. Then said Judah to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, remain a widow at thy father's house till Selah, my son, be grown.
So
For
now his two of his sons have died because they were in their wickedness. The Most High killed the second one because he knew what he was doing. So the other one, Shelah, is not old enough to marry yet. So what Judah is telling Tamar is that, hey, you know what? Remain a widow, go back to your father's house until my other son becomes of age. Then you can have him. Go ahead and read.
For he said, lest peradventure he died also, as his brethren did, and Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house. And in a process of time, the daughter of Shuach, Judah's wife, died, and Judah was comforted and went up unto his shepherds,
Sheep shearers.
sheep shears to Temath, he and his friend Hirah, the Adulamite.
So we'll stop it right there because that's all I really wanted, was just to show that that very situation about the brother taking on the duty of a brother and raising up seed for his brother actually happened in the scriptures, right here with Judah, his two sons, and Tamar. When you read on, you read about how Tamar got herself dressed up like a harlot and she tricked Judah into laying down with her. The controversy behind this story is that there are Israelites that are teaching because Judah went looking for a harlot to lay down with her, that it's okay for us to lay down with hookers, which is nonsense. All right. But it almost seems like that's in a lot of our men's nature because there's a lot of our men that likes to do that, which is crazy. All right. So we're going to move on to the next part. The other thing that falls under adultery is dealing with strange wives. Strange wives meaning the wives or the women of the other nations. So let's go to Genesis 24 in verse 3 through 4.
The book of Genesis, chapter 24 and verse 3. And I will make thee swear by the Lord, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that thou shalt not take a wife unto my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou shalt go unto my country and to my kindred, and take a wife unto my son Isaac.
So we could see right here that in the beginning, they were not about to let Isaac marry a daughter of the Canaanites. They were not about to let him marry outside of his nation, which we were taught from the very beginning. Um, a lot of our people are surprised and shocked to find out that there are a lot of these nations that forbid their daughters from marrying a so-called Black, Hispanic, or a Native American. But we have to understand it was our people that actually started this. We were told, we were commanded to not allow our daughters, our sons to marry any one of the other nations. And you can see in this situation right here where Isaac, um, it was commanded that, hey, do not allow our son to marry one of these Canaanites. Okay. Um, and we're going to see the same thing. Let's go to Genesis 27 and 46. We're going to see Rebecca, Isaac's wife, say the same thing.
The book of Genesis, chapter 27 and verse 46. And Rebekah said to Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth. If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?
So again, she's saying the same thing. So the same thing Isaac's mom said, she's saying the same thing. I'm not going to let my kid marry one of these women from this other nation, because they understood they have to teach their kids, they have to teach their sons to carry on their bloodline, to carry on their nation. She's to the point, she's like, what good shall my life do me? That's how serious she's taking this. That if my son go and marry a woman outside of our nation, my life is meaningless, is basically what she's saying. That's serious. Our ancestors took this thing very serious. It's just today that we've been so ingrained in American culture, and it's fake anyway. This whole thing that they're trying to put out there, that, all the commercials you're seeing, all the movies, TV shows, all of a sudden you're seeing uh, so-called Black and Hispanic men with white women, or so-called Black and Hispanic women with a white man. Did I say that right? I said it right.
I think it sounded right.
Okay, so the Black and Hispanic men with the white woman, the Black and Hispanic women with white men. There we go. I said it right. It's one of those tongue twisters. But you're seeing that a lot in a lot of Esau's media. They're pushing this agenda. They're pushing it and pushing it. But it didn't really start getting pushed real hard until the last, I wouldn't say like 5-6 years, that the Israelites have really been growing in number and out on the streets teaching. And they're like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. So you can see there's a lot of things going on, to where, they're trying to keep our people and entice our people from wanting to join the Israelite movement. One of them, these guys are misogynists. And grant you, there are some of the leaders in Israel that are very misogynist. There's 1,000 times more Christian pastors that are misogynists. So-called Christian, you know what I mean? That it's crazy. Compared to Christianity and all these other religions, the Israelite movement is very small compared to those right now. because it's just now starting, really. The growth is really just now starting. But every little minute thing that happens in the Israelite community, they're taking it and blowing it up because they want to make sure that they keep our people from wanting to join, to become a part of it. Even though they're already a part of it, they just don't know it. All right. Let's go to Genesis 28 and 1. You're just going to read verse 1.
Genesis 28 and verse 1. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan.
So Isaac called Jacob. He listened to his wife. He heard his wife's complaint. Like, you know what? I agree. We're not supposed to do this thing. My mother was against me marrying somebody outside, especially one of these Canaanites. And he informed his son of the same thing. Now, Jacob, when you read the whole thing, if you get a chance, go back and read all Genesis 28. Isaac listened to his parents. Esau, on the other hand, he didn't care what his parents thought. Esau did his own thing. Esau went and married women of Canaan. He married women of the other nations. He basically didn't care nothing about doing what his parents said. And you still see Esau with that same spirit on him today. That's why you see these little Edomite kids not listening to their parents. They'll be walking through the store and all of a sudden the parents say, no, you can't have that little Johnny. And little Johnny hauls off and slaps his mother and be like, I hate you. And the mother just sit there blushing, looking around. Going, oh, Johnny, you know you're not supposed to do that. Don't hit mommy, Johnny. Johnny don't care. That's Esau. That's their spirit. But Esau didn't care. All right. Let's go to Exodus 34 and 15 through 16. So what we're building up to is showing that the Most High was not with us going and marrying women of the other nations, or our women marrying the men of the other nations and laying down with them.
The book of Exodus, chapter 34 and verse 15. Lest thou make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land, and they go whoring after their gods, and do sacrifice unto their gods, and one call thee, and thou eat of his sacrifice, and thou make of their daughters unto thy sons, and thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods.
So we are not supposed to make any kind of covenant with the inhabitants of the land, especially if they start going after their gods. We're not supposed to go a whoring after their gods with them. If they sacrifice to their gods, they call us and say, hey, you know what? Come and partake with us. We were not supposed to do that. Just like we're here in America today. America says, hey, Halloween's coming up. Come and partake with us. Come and eat of our sacrifice. Go take your kids out trick-or-treating and get that Halloween candy and eat the candy. Eat that pumpkin pie that they might bake for Halloween. Eat some of that, whatever else, the candy, whatever else they make. Thanksgiving. Come and sit down and eat of our sacrifice with us. Come and partake. Eat that turkey, that dressing. Eat some of that cranberry sauce. Same thing with Christmas. Valentine's Day, Easter. Eat some of them chocolate bunnies. Eat those jelly beans. Eat that Easter egg. Eat that ham. You know what I mean? That's the same. Even today, we're not supposed to go along with it. Verse 16, it says, and thou take of their daughters unto thy sons, and their daughters go a whoring after their gods, and make thy sons go a whoring after their gods. Because that's ultimately what's going to end up happening. If you allow your child to marry one of the women of these other nations, you're wanting to have your grandchild partaking in feast of dedication and enjoying the Hebrew holidays or high holy days that the Most High gave us, but his wife wants you to partake in Christmas. You want your grandchild partaking in Passover while your son's wife wants them to participate in Easter. It's confusing to the child. That's why we were commanded not to do it. Let's go to Deuteronomy 7 and 3 through 4.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and verse 3. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughters thou shalt not give unto his sons, nor his daughters shalt thou take unto thy sons. For they will turn away thy sons from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and destroy thee suddenly.
So he's letting us know again, neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. So we're not supposed to let our sons marry their daughters. We're not supposed to let our daughters marry their sons. It goes both ways. It says, for they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly. We were commanded not to do it, not to allow the children to marry the children of the other nations or the people of the other nations. Let's go to Numbers 25 and 1. You're just going to read verse 1. That's all the point I want from it.
The book of Numbers, chapter 25 and verse 1. And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab.
So when we were in the wilderness, remember there was a mixed multitude that came out of Egypt with us, which was a mixed multitude of the other nations. Some of the children of Moab, we started committing whoredom with the daughters of Moab, meaning we started to lay down with them and mess around with them. Who is Moab today? The Moabites today are the Chinese. And a lot of our people, a lot of us have been guilty of that being in America because we didn't know any better. Desiring to be with the Asian women, desiring to be with, the Arab women, the whatever, other women, what I mean, that we come in contact with. Because that's what America pushes. America pushes that spirit of Babylon on us. But what were we commanded? Let's go to Joshua 23 and 12 through 13. This is what we were told. We have to teach the commandments to our people.
The book of Joshua, chapter 23 and verse 12. Else, if ye do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations, even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them, and go in unto them, and they to you, know for a certainty that the Lord your God will no more drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps unto you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until ye perish from off this good land which the Lord your God had given you.
So we were warned about this, that if we went and we cleaved unto these nations and make marriages with them, that these were going to be snares and traps unto us. And you see that today. You see that. Look at Kanye West with Kim Kardashian. He's a billionaire. She's a billionaire, but she's still a big snare and a trap to him. Look at what she's doing to him. She's messed with this dude's head so bad to where he's just out of his mind. And you've got this little Edomite. I can't even remember what this dumb comedian's name is. You know what I mean? Just, you're going to go get another man's wife's name tattooed on your body. Why would you do that? But this is America. This is what America pushes on our people. That this is common. This is normal. That they haven't even divorced yet, and he's running around town with this dude's wife because she's still legally his wife. And you got nerves to be trying to make fun of this guy and throw in his face that you've got his wife. He's lucky. Kanye's a better man than a lot of other men because a lot of other men would catch him by himself and it wouldn't be pretty. I can't even think of what that dude's name is. What is that dude's name? I can't think of his name. This so-called comedian, Saturday Night Live guy. Um, I can't even think of it, but like I said, he should be feel lucky that he's dealing with somebody like Kanye because go to Proverbs 6:34 and 35. Actually start at verse 32 and read through 35.
Proverbs 36,
Proverbs 6 and 32.
6 and 32. The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 32. But whoso committed adultery with a woman lacketh understanding. He that doeth it destroyeth his own soul. A wound and a dishonor shall he get, and his reproach shall not be wiped away. For jealousy is the rage of a man, therefore he will not spare in the day of vengeance.
So he says, for jealousy is the rage of a man. You go mess with another man's wife, you better be willing to accept whatever punishment this man brings out to you. Because he's saying he will not spare in the day of vengeance. Imagine if Kanye just suddenly decides that he's going to take vengeance on this dude for messing with his wife. The Most High is like, you know what? Whatever comes your way, that's on you. Go ahead and read.
He will not regard any ransom, neither will he rest content, though thou givest many gifts.
So there's nothing you can say. There's no amount of money you can hand him. There's no gift you can give to this guy to try and curb his anger from you. There's nothing you can do. It says, but whoso committeth adultery with a woman lacketh understanding. He that doeth it destroyeth his own soul. But you have people out here trying to tell our people it's okay to commit adultery, when the scriptures are telling you that a person that does that lacks understanding. He that does it is destroying his own soul. We have got to teach Israel better. I'm telling you, some of these people that are out here teaching some of these doctrines, they need to go. Just plain and simple. Let's go to Judges chapter 3 and verse 6.
Judges chapter 3 and verse 6. And they took their daughters to be their wives and gave their daughters to their sons and served their gods.
So we see that Israel gave into this as usual. started giving their daughters to, or started taking their daughters as wives, and started giving their daughters to their sons to become the wives of the sons of these other nations. And along with that, serving their gods when we were commanded that that's not supposed to be happening. All right. So what we're going to do real quick, try and read through these fast because it's a lot of reading. We're just going to read some of these instances where our forefathers committed sins of adultery. Because remember, whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that we have to learn from the mistakes of our forefathers, these acts of adultery that they committed. So first, let's go to Judges 14 and 1 through 5. We're just going to read through them. We're not going to give too much commentary on them so that we can hurry up and get through it.
The book of Judges, chapter 14 and verse 1. And Samson went down to Timoth and saw a woman in Timoth of the daughters of the Philistines. And he came up and told his father and his mother and said, I have seen a woman in Timoth of the daughters of the Philistines. Now therefore get her for me to wife. Then his father and his mother said unto him, Is there never a woman among the daughters of thy brethren, or among all my people, that thou goest to take a wife of the uncircumcised Philistines? And Samson said unto his father, Get her for me, for she pleaseth me well. But his father and his mother knew not that it was of the Lord that he sought an occasion against the Philistines, for at that time the Philistines had domain over Israel. Then went Samson down and his father and his mother to Timoth, and came to the vineyards of Timnath, and behold, a young lion roared against him.
So a lot of times what ends up happening is because we read these instances in the scriptures where the Most High made an exception for something. Now Israel just thinks, oh, okay, the Most High allowed her to do it, so it's okay. No, it's okay for the Most High to allow it to happen. That doesn't mean that he's changed his mind and said, okay, since I went ahead and let Samson marry one of the Philistines, now I got to let all of you guys marry somebody of the other nations. Okay, have at it. That's not what the Most High does. That's not how it works. The Most High is the Most High. He can do what he wants. He want to let Samson marry one of the Philistines, he can do so. He wants to give David multiple wives from these other people, he can do so. But that doesn't mean that he's given us the permission to go out. See, you got to understand, the Most High tests us in so many ways. Even back then, he tested us, and today he's testing us to see if we will keep his commandments, to see if we will be simple and be like, whoa, he allowed David to have multiple wives. In fact, he gave David his wives, so we can do it today. It's okay. No. Let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 20 through 29.
The book of 1 Samuel chapter 18 and verse 20. It says, and Michelle, Saul's daughter, loved David, and they told Saul, and the thing pleased him. And Saul said, I will give him her, that she may be a snare to him, and that the hand of the Philistines may be against him. Wherefore Saul said to David, Thou shalt this day be my son-in-law in the one of the twains. And Saul commanded his servants, saying, Commune with David secretly, and say, Behold, the king had delight in thee, and all his servants love thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And Saul servants spake those words in the ears of David. And David said, Seemeth it to you a light thing to be a king's son-in-law, seeing that I am a poor man and lightly esteemed? And the servant of Saul told him, saying, On this manner spake David. And Saul said, Thus shall ye say to David, the king desireth not any dowry, but 100 foreskins of the Philistines to be avenged of the king's enemies. But Saul thought to make David fall by the hand of the Philistines. And when his servant told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law, and the days were not expired. Wherefore David arose and went, and he and his men, and slew the Philistines 200 men. And David brought their foreskins, and they gave them in full tale to the king, that he might be the king's son-in-law. And Saul gave him Michal, his daughter, to wife. And Saul saw and knew that the Lord was with David, and that Michal, Saul's daughter, loved him. And Saul was yet the more afraid of David, and Saul became David's enemy continually.
All right. So basically, what we see happening here is that Saul gave his daughter to King David to wife. He married her, but Saul had more of a sinister plan behind it than actually really wanting David to be his son-in-law. He was hoping that this would lead David to getting killed. All right. But it didn't end up happening. So you could even see that even among the fathers of Israel, sometimes you got to be careful when marrying one of the daughters of Israel, that this father, you're going to make sure he doesn't have some sinister underlying reason for you marrying his daughter. You know what I mean? You got to do your due diligence, especially if the parents are the ones that are, making the hookup and bringing these two together and making the agreement. You got to really, really vet the other person's family and vet the other person. That's what our people would do. Make sure that this is a family that you want your son or daughter marrying into. Make sure it's somebody that's really going to love and care for your son or daughter, that they're going to be among a family of people that love and care for them. Look at that girl. What was that Edomite? That during the summertime, she went on the trip with her boyfriend and he ended up killing her. And his parents, just basically covered it all up for him. Why did they get away with this? Because her parents didn't do a good enough job of vetting the guy and his family. Let us really get to know this guy. We want to meet his parents. We want to meet his mother and father. American society is backwards. That happened from jump in Israel, from the very start of the relationship. But here in Israel, we wait until, and all of us may have been guilty of waiting until 4 or 5 years down the line, 6 years down, 10 years down the line before finding, hey, you know what, you want to meet my family? You know what I mean? And then by that time, the parents are just like, oh, they've been together all this time. We just now meeting them. Oh, well. And then, like in their case, she had got up and moved all the way to Florida to be with him and his family. And his parents had no idea what kind of people this guy and his parents were, that they trusted to take care of their daughter. And their son killed their daughter. And then they didn't even want to help them to find out what was going on. All right. Let's go to 2 Samuel chapter 5 and verse 12 through 16.
Well, here we go. The book of 2 Samuel, chapter 5 and verse 12. It says, And David perceived that the Lord had established him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom for his people Israel's sake. And David took him more concubines and wives out of Jerusalem after he was come from Harab, and there were yet sons and daughters born to David. And these be the names of those that were born unto him in Jerusalem: Shamua and Shobab and Tha and Solomon. Um, Ibar also, and Elishua and Nepheg and Japhia, and Elishama and Elida and Eliphalet.
Sound like you cut out for a second.
I went up to 16.
All right. Yeah, it was weird. All right. So you can see that um, David had become king. He took on more concubines. He took on wives, and he had kids. And so this is naming off the kids that he had. It says, and these be the names of those that were born unto him in Jerusalem: Shemua and Shobab and Nathan and Solomon. Ibar also, and Elishua and Nepheg and Japhia and Elishama and Eliada and Eliphalet. All right. So you can see that in actuality, King David broke the commandments, as did Solomon. But there are certain, like I said, there's certain instances where the Most High allowed this to happen. Go to Deuteronomy 17 and 17.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 17 and verse 17. Neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold.
So when we got a king, this was one of the commandments. It says, neither shall he multiply wives to himself, that his heart turn not away. Neither shall he greatly multiply to himself silver and gold. It was never intended from the Most High that whoever was king over us was to make himself over the people in that sense of making himself overly rich and having a bunch of wives. Read on.
And it shall be, when he sitteth upon the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write him a copy of his law in a book, out of the which is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read therein all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, to do them.
And finish up verse 20.
That his heart be not lifted up above his brethren, and that he turn not aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel.
So it says that his heart be not lifted up above his brethren. So the commandment was that whatever king we had put up over us, he was not to lift his heart up above his brethren. He was not supposed to multiply wives to himself. He wasn't to multiply silver and gold to himself. In other words, being greedy, having that spirit of breaking commandment 10 upon him, being covetous. He was not supposed to be that kind of person. But again, remember, these things were written aforetime for our learning. The Most High allowed our people, allowed our men and our women to make these mistakes so that we can learn from them, not so we could go out and commit the same mistakes they made. It's crazy. So we're going to read about his son. We're going to read about Solomon. Solomon, committed the same mistake. We already read about David and Bathsheba, I believe last week when we were going through the lesson, how David set up Bathsheba's husband to get killed and all of that. When we went over the commandment 6 about thou shalt not kill. But that also goes with Commandment 7 about committing adultery, because that's ultimately also what David did. We read about Solomon's birth and how Bathsheba and David had a baby. To punish David, the Most High killed that kid, let it die, and then they had Solomon. All right. Um, so let's read about Tamar and what happened to Tamar. Let's go to 2 Samuel 13 and 1 through 22 about Amnon raping Tamar.
Second Samuel 15,
13 and 1 through 22.
13. The book of, I went too far. Samuel. I was on second and went to first. 13 and 1. The book of Second Samuel, chapter 13 and verse 1. And it came to pass after this that Absalom, the son of David, and his fair sister, whose name was Tamar, and Ammon, the son of David, loved her. And Ammon was so vexed that he fell sick for his sister Tamar, for she was a virgin. And Ammon thought it hard for him to do anything to her. But Ammon had a friend whose name was Jonadab, the son of Shimea, David's brother, and Jonadab was a very subtle man. And he said unto him, Why art thou, being the king's son, lean from day to day? Wilt thou not tell me? And Ammon saith unto him, I love Tamar, my brother Absalom's sister.
Now,
And
first of all, what is the problem with this? He is completely disregarding the commandments that we read earlier in Leviticus 18, that he's not supposed to be sitting there looking at his stepsister or half sister, lusting after her. So that lets you see there was a lot of sin going on among David household. David, his sons. All right, go ahead and read on.
And Jonadab said unto him, Lay thee down on thy bed and make thyself sick. And when thy father cometh to see thee, say unto him, I pray thee, let my sister Tamar come and give me meat, and dress the meat in my sight, that I may see it and eat it at her hand. So Ammon lay down and made himself sick. And when the king was come to see him, and Amnon said unto the king, I pray thee, let Tamar my sister come and make me a couple of cakes in my sight, that I may eat at her hand. Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, Go now to thy brother Ammon's house and dress him meat. So Tamar went to her brother Ammon's house, and he was laid down, and she took flour and kneaded and made cakes in his sight, and did bake the cakes. And she took a pan and poured them out before him, but he refused to eat. And Ammon said, have out all men from me. And they went out every man from him. And Ammon said unto Tamar, Bring the meat into the chamber, that I may eat of thine hand. And Tamar took the cake which she had made, and brought them into the chamber to Ammon her brother. And when she had brought them unto him to eat, he took hold of her and said unto her, Come lie with me, my sister. And she answered him, Nay, my brother, do not force me, for no such thing ought to um, be done in Israel. Do not thou this folly.
So stop right there for a second. You see, this is that precept in verse 11 that some of these guys try to say, you see, just like with Tamar, when he took hold of her, he took hold of her, he took it, and he raped her. That we can do that, is we can do it. Not talking about the same thing. Yeah, this is a physical took hold of her and he raped her. But go ahead and read on, though.
And I, whither shall I cause my shame to go? And as for thee, thou shalt be as one of the fools in Israel. Now therefore, I pray thee, speak unto the king, for he will not withhold me from thee. Howbeit, he will not hearken unto her voice, but being stronger than she, force her and lay with her. Then Ammon hated her exceedingly, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love wherewith he had loved her. And Ammon said unto her, Arise, be gone. And she said unto him, There is no cause. This evil in sending me away is greater than the other that thou didst unto me. But he would not hearken unto her.
Go ahead,
Then
keep reading.
Then he called his servant that ministered unto him, and said, Put now this woman out from me, and bolt the door after her. And she had a garment of diverse colors upon her, for with such robes were the king's daughters that were virgins' apparel. Then his servant brought her out, and bolted the door after her. And Tamar put ashes on her head, and rent her garment of diverse colors that was on her, and laid her hand on her head, and went on crying. And Absalom her brother said unto her, Hath Ammon thy brother been with thee? But hold now thy peace, my sister, he is thy brother. Regard not this thing. So Tamar remained desolate in her border,
And her brother,
Absalom's house.
Absalom's house.
Right. In her brother Absalom's house. But when King David heard of all these things, he was very wroth. And Absalom spake unto his brother Ammon, neither good nor bad. For Absalom hated Ammon because he had forced his sister Tamar. And
And
it came,
so that's it. So when you go on and read, read on, Absalom actually ends up murdering Amnon for what he did. Um, but we're gonna move on from that part. But we just wanted to illustrate and show that yes, some of our forefathers did commit rapes. Some of them were laying down with prostitutes and all kinds of stuff like this. But just because they did it doesn't mean that we can do it. It's just crazy. If your father goes out and commits murder tonight, does that mean you have a license to go out and kill somebody tomorrow? Well, my father did it last night. He did it, so I can do it. That's basically what you're saying. It makes no sense. It's crazy. Our forefathers committed rape. They did it, so we can do it. They committed murder. We can do it. That's just crazy. Let's go to 1 Kings 11 and 1 through 8.
First Kings 11, 1 through 8. The book of First Kings, chapter 11 and verse 1. But King Solomon loved many strange women, together with the daughters of Pharaoh, women of the Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Zidonians, and Hittites, of the nations concerning which the Lord said unto the children of Israel, Ye shall not go in unto them, neither shall they come in unto you. For surely they will turn away your hearts after their gods. Solomon cleaved unto these in love. And he had 700 wives, princesses, and 300 concubines. And his wives turned away his heart, for it came to pass, when Solomon was old, that his wives turned away his heart after other gods. And his heart was not perfect with the Lord his God, as was the heart of David his father. For Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Zidonians, and after Milocom, the abomination of the Amorites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord, as did David his father. Then did Solomon build an high place for Shemas, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is before Jerusalem, and for Molech, the abomination of the children of Ammon. And likewise did he for all his strange wives, which burn incense and sacrifice unto their gods. And the Lord was angry with Solomon, because his heart was turned from the Lord God of Israel, which had appeared unto him twice, and had commanded him concerning this thing, that he should not go after other gods, but he kept not that which the Lord commanded. Wherefore the Lord said
No,
unto
you can stop
Solomon,
right there. I just wanted you to go to verse 8, 11 and 1 through 8. All right, so we can see that Solomon, he went off. He married a whole lot of women, had a whole lot of concubines of these other nations. What were those nations? The daughter of Pharaoh, which was an Egyptian, the women of the Moabites, which were the Chinese, women of the Ammonites, which were the Japanese, women of the Edomites, which were, the so-called Caucasians today, or so-called white man today, the Zidonians and Hittites, which we would call Africans today, or Hamites. So Solomon was cleaving onto these women in love. He got to the point to where he was even following after their gods, sacrificing to their gods, all of it. And you have our men today believing and thinking that we're supposed to follow after the sins of Solomon, that because he did this stuff, we can do it. Solomon had all these wives, he had all these concubines. But they say, well, that's because he had women of the other nations. That was his sin. It wasn't having the multiple wives. It was both multiplying wives to himself, and not only that, also the fact that they were women of the other nations. Also with that, the fact that he was going and serving their gods. He was committing multiple sins. Let's go to Nehemiah 13 and 23 through 30.
Nehemiah 13 and 23.
Yeah, and you're going to read through verse 30.
All right. The book of Nehemiah, chapter 13 and verse 23. And it says, in those days also saw I Jews that had married wives of Ashdod and of Ammon and of Moab, and their children spake half in the speech of Ashdod, and could not speak in the Jew language, but according to the language of each people. And I contended with them, and cursed them, and smote certain of them, and plucked off their hair, and made them swear by God, saying, you shall not give your daughters unto their sons, nor take their daughters unto your sons, or for yourselves. Did not Solomon king of Israel sin by these things? Yet among many nations was there no king like him, who was beloved of his God, and God made him king over all Israel. Nevertheless, even him did outlandish women cause him to sin. Shall we cause him to sin?
So even outlandish women caused Solomon, who was king over Israel, to sin. Is that it?
No. And it says, shall we then hearken unto you to do all these great evil, all this great evil, to transgress against our God in marrying strange wives? And one of the sons of Joediah, the son of Eliab, the high priest, was son-in-law to Sabalah, the Horonite. Therefore, I chase him from me. One more.
So, is that it?
I got two more. Hold on. Remember then, oh my God, because they have defiled the priesthood and the covenant of the priesthood and of the Levites. Thus cleanse I them from all strangers, and appointed the wards of the priests and the Levites, every one of his business.
All right. Um, so we're gonna leave that right there. Um, Next week we're gonna go into the multiple wives and break that down so we could um, Lord's will bring some understanding to our people that know He never intended us to have multiple wives. Um, Go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
So with that, we've got to make sure that we're keeping these commandments. Commandments 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Lord's will, you got some edification out of this lesson that the Most High is real serious about us committing adultery, uh, which, as we went through, showing that all of these precepts embodies that we are not supposed to be marrying women of the other nations. We're not supposed to be putting away our wives. We're not supposed to be laying down with the wife of our neighbors. None of that stuff. We're not supposed to be having multiple wives. And Lord's will, you guys come back next Sabbath for that lesson, because we're going to do the lesson on multiple wives, um, to really bring awareness that no, Israel is not supposed to be laying down with these women of these other nations, and along with that, having more than one wife. The Most High never intended that from the very beginning, for us to have more than one wife. All right. So with that, we're going to say shalom. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath, and Most High and Christ bless to you.